Good morning, everyone. We are here at the Yasin Schools 4x4 competition, and it is great to be here. My name is Zara Faruqi, and I'm presenting to you 4x4 with my co-host Aisha Torbet. How are you doing, Aisha?
It's great. I can feel the energy into the room, and it's really seeping into me.
It's great to see everyone here. We're having a huge amount of teams this year, and I can't wait to see what they bring to the table. This year, they have so much more passion, determination, and let's see what they bring to the table. How are you guys excited for today? Yes! Let's head straight to the track.
You just stay here?
It's great to be back at the YAS Conference Center. Today is day 5 of the Yasin Schools competition, and today we have 4x4. How does that feel, Aisha?
It's been a long week, to be honest. But the award ceremony will be on the 21st of June, so don't forget to tune in on that. This year, we actually have a record number of participants in all of the Yasin School competitions, hence why it's been very spread out with F1 in schools going over 2 days, Formula Athara going over 2 days, and 4x4 being today.
And Aisha here is a national champion for F1 in schools, rookie and professional, a 2-time world finalist, and also a 4x4 alumni. You are stacking up quite the records, Aisha.
Oh, well, don't forget to sing your own praises. Zara Faruqi is also a 2-time national champion and a 2-time world finalist for F1 as well.
But 4x4 is your specialty, so I'm going to be depending on you when it comes to all this complicated stuff, because the competition only gets fiercer from here. More coding, more robotics, more engineering. I think I'm going to be lost today, Aisha, without you. Lots in store for today. There is going to be lots of different tracks that the students will have to put their car in. So what is the difference between Formula 1 in schools and 4x4, Aisha?
F1 in schools mainly aims to kind of replicate a real F1 team, although for students, obviously. Whereas 4x4, you actually create and code your own terrain car, and then you can drive it on the track, compared to just, doing it on a 20-meter track like the one in front of us.
There is going to be so much more excitement, and I'm excited to see the students. Be sure to follow our social media, Yasin Schools, and use the hashtag Yasin Schools Thrills and Skills when posting. We will be looking at those posts and social media stories in our breaks when we do have them. And also special thanks to our biggest supporter, ADNOC. We wouldn't be here today without them. They've been helping with this competition for the past few years, and it's been great to be on board with ADNOC when it comes to this. Before we get started, let's go look back at interview with Robbie from from the beginning of this week of Al Saif Al Noemi.
Oh, but before that,
I'm jumping ahead. I'm so sorry.
we actually need to do the highlights from last year's World National Champions.
Let's go to that. There. Thank you.
The 4x4 in schools, national champions for 2022. Repton School Dubai's Project June. What a performance from Project June at the Repton School Dubai.
It was great to look back at last year's national finals. Excited to see what this year brings to the table. But now we can go to that interview with Saif Al Noemi, the CEO of Athara, and also he brought into ADNOC for this competition. So let's check up on Robbie and Saif's interview.
It's an absolute pleasure to be introducing our next guest, a man who I know will not miss this for anything. It is a good friend of ours. It is the CEO of Athara, Saif Al Noemi. It's fantastic to have you with us, Saif. I know you are a massive, massive supporter of this program, and just being here as the excitement starts to bubble up must make you very proud.
Absolutely, Robbie. Amazing to be here. Thank you for everyone that's joining us. It's great to see the 13th edition of the YAS Schools program and how it's grown and evolved and reached where we are today.
Yeah, there's no surprise, really, when you consider what a show you guys put on and what an amazing experience this is for the students to take part, that we now have over 1,000 students taking part. We're seeing exponential increases. It feels like we have a similar conversation every year, Saif, because every year more teams get involved.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, 1,000 participants, 1,000 students, 224 teams participating, almost 100 schools in the UAE. A record number, as you said, last year was a record. This year we've seen it break again. Also, this is the largest F1 in schools finals, national finals globally. So we're seeing that the program that we've invested and built over the last 13 years is really growing and getting a lot of support.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Saif, it's not just about the F1 racing component. We know that that is where all the excitement happens, but there's so much that goes into it behind the scenes. A lot of these kids work for months, 9, 8 months beforehand, building their team, building their marketing strategies and their brand. And that's, I think, something that YAS takes a lot of pride in as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the program is not just about the engineering skills and the STEM skills that you develop through it. It's really, you know, teaching you skills, 21st century skills that you will need in your career, in your work, in the workplace as they grow and graduate and get into the workforce. It's like you said, you're not only building a car, but you're building a team, you're building an identity, you're marketing, you're selling, you're doing program management for your entire project, and also working with the team and collaborating. It's really what work is all about, and developing these skills.
Now, you're here as a supporter and a fan of YAS Schools, but have you also got a roving eye, say, for you maybe looking at maybe some of these engineers of the future? You might be looking to recruit them for Ithara.
Absolutely. I mean, we'd love to have them. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of competition for the everyone that's participated in this program. I mean, you know, we have obviously ADNOC being a big supporter of the program, and investing in these skills, and in human capital development, and developing these engineering skills of the future. They're also a big recruiter of talent that comes out of these kinds of programs. But yeah, they're going to be very much sought after.
Yeah, ADNOC, it needs to be mentioned, a huge contributor, a title partner, of course, for YAS Schools. And they've been so innovative themselves in launching the Ithara at Home program and all of those components which help students continue their studies, continue their competition through the pandemic. And now things are going from strength to strength.
Yeah, I mean, we've had to evolve over the last few years, but now it's great to see everything back physically at Yas Marina Circuit. Great to see F1 in schools, Formula Ithara, 4x4 in schools, all taking place in Yas Marina Circuit this year. Like we said, record numbers. We've had to actually split it into multiple days because of the number of students participating. So yeah, it's also amazing to see, you know, the capabilities that are coming out of these presentations, these programs, the competitions. It's fantastic.
It's not just YAS Schools that is growing, it is also brand Abu Dhabi Grand Prix that is growing exponentially as well. You guys have done a fantastic job. Congratulations to you and your team, Saif. A final message before I let you go to all the students competing here. What have you got to say to them?
Well, I'd like to say, first of all, thank you for all of the schools, the teachers, the parents, and most importantly, the students. You know, making it all the way over here is a fantastic achievement. I think everybody's a winner, and I hope that they all enjoy the next few days and enjoy the competition, and like I said, everybody's a winner.
Well, Saif, it's great to have your patronage of this event. It's fantastic to have your support. Thank you so much, and I guess the final word, enjoy the racing.
Thank you very much. Good luck, everybody.
It was great to have Saif Al-Nuaimi's words of encouragement and seeing his support when it comes to this competition. Again, thank you, ADNOC, and thank you, Ithara, for making this happen.
That's great. But today, like I said before, will be a little bit different from the days before, as we're doing 4x4. Competitors will be traversing through 3 different terrains instead of the 20-meter track. And they've actually coded their own car to do specific kind of tasks when they're on certain terrain elements. But before we get into that, let's have a look at what 4x4 in schools is all about.
And I know I'm not an expert in 4x4, but here we go.
We are the Ace Cruisers of the Indian High School, Dubai.
We're Project Dune from Repton School, Dubai, and this is all about 4x4 in school. The 4x4s in School project presented by ADNOC is a STEM-based project that allows students to explore STEM subjects such as electronics, engineering, and science to a greater extent.
So the focus of this project is the engineering, designing of the 4x4 in schools car. That includes working with the electronic components, the CAD, and designing the body shell. All of which we are tested upon at the Nationals event, where we navigate our car through the specially designed 4x4 terrain that stimulates the natural 4x4 environment. So in the beginning, one of the most integral part of this competition is forming a team that has a good skill set. And these skill sets must be diverse so that each aspect of this competition can be smoothly done.
And within that team, people will have different specific roles. For example, I'm the team manager. We also have an electrical engineer, a manufacturing engineer, and a social media manager.
At the beginning of the process of manufacturing, it is important to do a lot of research. One of the best resources to obtain said research is the YAS in Schools support website.
Here you can find a detailed list of all the parts, the code, and also the technical regulations for the baseline car. So as a part of the research process, we download and review the technical regulations, which basically tells us what we can do and what we cannot do in terms of the design process. For example, every car needs to have a tilt sensor. You need to be having a functional tow bar. And there are also certain measurement regulations for your body so that it meets the guidelines to be performing on the course.
Each team is provided with the Arduino starter kit. We need to code the Arduino to control 3 following parts: an automated headlight, a tilt sensor, and an automated tow bar.
There's also a lot of designing to do with the project, and in order to help us, we can use software such as Fusion 360 in order to create our designing elements of the car.
So we have to design and manufacture a scale model of a 4x4 RC crawler, which is going to be put to the test on a very hard obstacle course.
Coding is an integral part of the 4x4 in-school challenge.
We code the Arduinos in such a way so that the car has features such as the automated headlights that turn on when the car is exposed to low lighting conditions. And we code the car and design the body in such a way that the center of mass of the body always remains the center, and when exposed to rotations or some sort of an inclined planes, the car doesn't tumble over. And it involves us doing this with CAD.
Marketing is also a big part of this competition, as you have to form a team identity. Part of that is making a logo, a color scheme, and incorporating that into your uniform and how the car looks. Your theme also has to reflect on your portfolio and how that is presented.
Manufacturing plays a big part of the project. For example, we have to construct electric circuits, 3D print different items of the car, and also assemble the whole body. The electric engineer is responsible for constructing all the electric circuits. There are a lot of electronics on the car, and it can get quite complicated at times. So to help us at the start, we can use the standard circuit diagram and build and then test and try to improve the circuit that we come up with, and then at the end, put it all into the body of the car. Relating to electronics is the Arduino. We must write code the Arduino to control a tilt sensor, headlights that can come on in the dark, and an automatic tow bar.
At the national finals, we have different judging criteria, and the main highlight is the terrain challenge. Now, this is one of the main highlights because this is where we put our final car to the test. So there will be a special course which will be kept there, and we have to navigate our car through the course, and different team members will take turns to go through the course, and there also will be a time limit for each obstacle. And there are also markers set on the course which if you hit, you get penalty points. And then we also have the trailer tow challenge, where we have an automated tow bar connected to our vehicle, and we have to couple the trailer to the tow bar electronically using our mobile devices, and the car hooked up to the trailer has to drive around a special course. And that not only puts our code to the test, but also the skill of the drivers.
STEM, out of this world.
Truly an informative video. I think I've learned lots about 4x4 from that video. And I'm here with a special guest, a 4x4 alumni, a F1 in Schools participant as well, World Finals participant. And this is Abdullah Khan. How are you feeling today?
Hey, it's been pretty good. I've seen some of the teams run. Everything looks great today. Yeah.
And Abdullah Khan here is a track judge, so everyone, this is the man you want to impress and get on his good side today. So Abdullah, can you explain to me what 4x4 is all about? And
Well, we at YAS in Schools have made a logical progression all the way from Formula Ithara to F1 in Schools, and we felt that 4x4 was the most logical next step for the students to apply, learn, add new skills into their resume, into their skill set. So 4x4, the way 4x4 is different is now we have electronics and coding involved as well, whereas F1 in Schools has most of mechanical knowledge. So involving the electrical knowledge provides students with new skill sets that the industry needs, as well as skill sets that they will find very useful in their future careers.
And you've been in the World Finals. How is this year's Nationals compared to the World Finals? Do you see potential, and are you happy with the results that these students are bringing to the table?
Yeah, for sure. 4x4, at my time, it was very basic. We had only a few technical challenges, but now we've grown so much. We have 32 teams here, I think more than the previous World Finals. And, you know, looking at the quality from afar, I think I find very good quality of students coming in. And it's obviously developing every single year. We see better and better cars coming in.
And what elements does make up 4x4?
All right, so you have the main core engineering of the car where you design, build, test, integrate, and apply your knowledge in building an RC Mini 4x4. And there are so many different variations that you can do. But then we also have a holistic approach where teams create an engineering report, which is called the portfolio. You also have teams creating a pit display, marketing their own team, universities, schools, and designs called the pit display. And you also showcase your really good presentation skills in the verbal presentation.
And Abdullah here I've been chatting about his career and how 4x4 has influenced him. Would you like to share with everyone how this competition has made an impact on you?
Yeah, so I had done F1 in schools for about 5 to 6 years before I could do 4x4 in schools. And what 4x4 in schools provided me was an innate knowledge of the workings of the car, because these cars have miniaturized versions of suspensions, drivetrains, powertrains, gear systems, differentials, tires. So what this did is actually give me a solid platform in school itself, so that I could apply my automotive knowledge in cars. And thankfully, I am working in the high-performance automotive car industry right now.
So this man is a cool man out here. And you said something about inner workings. I know you've lost me with all those engineering terms, but can we get a closer look of what is inside this car?
Yeah, so what we do is this is the official ADNOC YAS in School starter kit for teams, just so we know that this is a little bit daunting for school children, so we try to make it easier. So we have created a starter kit with functioning light sensors. So if you can see, the lights come on as soon as I put a shadow over it. We have some buzzers. But the most interesting part that YAS in Schools has done is integrate their own automatic tow bar system. So with a Bluetooth control over an app, students can actually hook up their car to a trailer. Here we have an Arduino-based microcontroller, a Bluetooth module, as well as auxiliary batteries to help the students do this. So everything is open source. Teams can modify the code, they can view the code, or even build it up completely, which is what we've seen many teams do. And that's what we want to encourage. By no means this is the perfect car. We want teams to identify problems and then solve them.
I would have utterly failed if I was in 4x4. I'm glad my Yasin Schools days are past that. But it's great to see everyone here, and it's great to see how exciting and innovative these children can get. I think we can cross over soon to Aisha so she can take a look with Chris Jacob, our judge.
Yeah, just over here actually. So yeah, I'm here with Chris Jacob, and unless you guys haven't been tuning in to the previous day's live stream, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourselves and who you are?
Sure. Hey everyone, my name is Chris. I am the judging coordinator for the Yasin Schools National Finals weekend, and so yeah, I'm here for all the challenges.
Well, as you can see, this man is very important, so don't go getting on his bad side. But tell me, what are you looking for when you do judging?
So in today's competition, a lot of it is innovation, right? Two main factors that we consider are innovation and sustainability, right? But the competition itself, the 4x4 challenge, is a lot more technical, and the skill set is a lot more advanced. And so we'll be looking out for some really interesting devices and really interesting robots that they've created, because this is the competition of the future.
And having said that, are there any particular areas or considerations participants should pay attention to?
Well, this year we've added the pit display and portfolio judging, and so they've given good importance to that as well. But other than that, we're thinking about innovative ideas that they've created and used in their car and why they've done that. And then we're also looking at the sustainability side of things.
Interesting. And, this is important to all the participants, I imagine. But what elements or things will get penalized and therefore should be avoided?
So we've got the terrains, right? Those have some heavy penalties where the driver is one of the most important factors there. Then you've got the verbal presentation, you've got a pit display judging, and you've got a portfolio judging. So those don't really have penalties, but we do follow a scorecard, and that scorecard gives us information on how they should be judged. But other than that, it's about them having fun, about them coming together as a team and figuring this out.
Well, you heard it from the man yourself. So make sure you have all your elements together and you do well on the terrain. But without further ado, let's get interviewing with some of the participants. How are you today?
I'm all right. How are you?
Tired.
Welcome back. We are now at the track and teams are getting started to go on these challenges. Are you excited? Are you worried? How do you feel, Aisha?
Kind of giving me flashbacks from when I did it. So,
Well,
yeah.
I'm here with, what's your name?
Miriam.
How have you been feeling? Nervous?
Not really nervous, actually, surprisingly. We're ready for the competition. I mean, if it goes well, it goes well. If it doesn't, we're here to have fun anyways. So.
And how long have you been working on this competition together?
We've been working on it for a couple of months. We're actually part of the professional category, so we've participated last year as well. So we've got a bit of background in it.
And how's that experience? I'm just going to be grilling you with questions here. Today it's all about you as for being the spokesperson. As your team is being navigator and driver, can you explain to me the roles they have as them?
So the driver has to drive the trailer around the track. He has 3 minutes to hitch, so reverse backwards, hitch into the trailer, and then 4 minutes or 3 minutes to go around, and then surpass the box again, and then reverse back and unhitch. And that's the trailer challenge.
I know there is many more challenges to go, so best of luck. And you have any questions you want to grill her with? Because this is your specialty, Aisha. Again, I am depending on you, because I don't know what I should ask.
Sure. What kind of hitching mechanism did you use? Did you code it yourself, or did you use the one provided by the 4x4 in schools?
No, so it's completely designed by our team. It's actually a double hook system. So in case the first servo fails, we have a second backup servo to lift up the entire tow bar.
Very interesting. And what inspired the design of your car, actually? It's very unique, in my opinion.
So we're called the Flaming Streak, and we wanted to incorporate a form of a streak, but still maintain the geometric aspect. Plus, it has an inbuilt battery case that is shifted forward to lower the center of gravity of the entire car, which helps us in the terrain challenge.
Wow, you've modified it quite a bit. You mentioned you were here last year. So what kind of changes did you make of your car between then and now?
So we modified the suspension system. We lowered the entire suspensions, which lowered the car. We also modified the steering. We increased the steering by around 10 degrees. And then we added a charging circuit into the original circuit. So we can charge the battery directly instead of removing it. Another thing is the shell is actually dismantleable, and you have easy access to the electronics because the flap opens up. So we spend less time fixing things.
And have all of you actually practiced doing any terrain?
So not really. We didn't really have a lot of time, but we have done this last year, so we know what we're expecting. We know how to drive around the track.
Thanks. I won't, bother you anymore, because your team is beginning to do it, and well, I've been here before too, so this part is pretty easy. Just drive in a circle. But yeah, I mean, I imagine that trying to get the tow bar back into the box will be quite a challenge. So.
But what is the most scariest and challenging parts, in your opinion, when it comes to the different terrains?
I think probably I can see the terrain right now, and the fact that they've placed the articulation right after the hub is a little bit challenging. Another thing that I'm worried about is the rock pit, because our car is very low, so we'll see how that goes.
Best of luck. Fingers crossed. We're rooting for you guys, and well done. Again, can you just walk us through, how did your team form together? Were you classmates? Were you friends? What's the situation behind that?
Actually, we didn't really know each other. I think half the team, every one person knew the other, and so it was like sort of a network that just collided based on who thought was good for the job, and that's how the team formed, and then we became friends after.
And is it only 3-member team, or is there more team members behind the lines?
There's one more team member, but she wasn't able to come today. Otherwise, yeah, that's the Flaming Streak.
Hopefully she's watching on the live stream, watching me and Aisha drill you and give you so many questions to answer. Well done. We're going to leave you to the terrain challenge, and we'll catch up with you later. Okay, so Aisha, it's going to be a long day of just looking at these different cars, and it's so crazy to see the new engineering aspects. They have more creative freedom when it comes to coding and engineering this car.
Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to going through the pit displays and just seeing what kind of modifications people have made to their car. I'm looking for all kinds of wacky suspension and coding to kind of account for every single possibility that could possibly arise when they go over the terrain.
We can maybe take a look at those pit displays soon enough, but let's go meet up with another team, because I want to get to know more about the process behind it and how much effort and time was spent when going to the 4x4 challenge. Okay, if we can get a wireless camera following us. I know the cameraman is so intrigued with what's happening on the track, but here we're coming across. Hi guys. Oh, they're so like focused. Would you like to be interviewed? No, no interviews. I promise you, we're not that scary. No. Okay, we will find someone else, Aisha. We just got rejected, but that's fine. There's plenty of other people around. Hi team. How is it going for you?
Actually, it's going pretty well. Actually, I'm not really joking.
What's your name?
My name is Muhammad Wadat.
And what has been your role in the team Speed Hunters?
Yes, actually, I was helping my team with wiring, even some with the coding, and now I'm just working on the chassis of the car and the 3D parts.
Okay, and what has been the most difficult part of this competition, in your opinion?
I mean, the coding part was a bit tough, but the hardest is the 3D printing because most of the 3D printing are failed a lot. So yeah, the 3D printing made us fail. Yeah.
But confidence in your car going on the terrains, are you worried that you're going to knock some cones off, or do you have enough confidence that you can drive through all that?
I'm actually a co-driver. I think I'll be handle it well. Yeah.
Best of luck to you guys. Best of luck with your 3D parts, your like coding and your driving. We can catch up with you soon on the track. And would you like to go get an interview from Team
Sure.
Robe Auto?
Excuse me, ladies. Do you mind if I have an interview with you really quick? Yeah? So introduce yourselves, please.
Yep. So I'm Sneha from Team Rob Auto from Harrywood. And we've come here to participate in the YAS 4x4 challenge.
Are you feeling confident in your car's performance?
I'm hoping, because confidence can always be a bit testy on us, but hopefully, yeah, it goes well.
And have you made any kind of modifications to your car, or have you just stuck with the basic set?
So we have made modifications with the gripper system. For the tow bar system, we've actually made our own gripper system. But besides that, we have stuck to the body design as provided by us.
And what kind of body shell have you designed? Because sometimes I see people model them after cars or.
So as you can see, our car is actually inspired by the G-Wagon inspired shell. And personally, we have one team member who's just really enthusiastic about G-Wagons, especially about the trend right now. But along with its body design, I think it goes really well with a 4x4 terrain. So hence why we've gone with that shell.
And what is your shell made out of? Have you 3D printed it, or?
We've 3D printed us using PLA filament, which is quite sustainable in is quite sustainable. So yeah, we've used 3D printing.
And I can actually see you have some of your coding. Have you also coded it yourself?
Oh, actually, one of our team members, who is the main coding brain behind it, he's not here yet, but yeah, he's done most of the coding bit. We've helped in determining threshold values for sensors and other components, but he's done the most coding bit.
That's really interesting. I hope to catch up with you again when you're on the terrain. Thank you. Oh, I've misplaced Zara.
You haven't lost me here because I am with Team OOW Off Center, and I know they're strategizing, and I'm interrupting them. But how are you guys feeling today?
Yep, we're feeling pretty good. We're excited. Yeah.
Excited, yeah.
Excited, nervous?
Slightly, yes. We have a tow bar mechanism, and it's not going great, but hopefully we fix it now.
And how long have you guys been working on this project together?
Last 3 months. 3 months.
And you guys, classmates, friends, enemies?
Different classes. Different classes. We have experience of prior competitions.
And how have you heard about 4x4 competition?
Yeah, from a school, we got a circular and some emails. That's it.
And this is your first time participating in this competition?
Yes, it's the first time.
Ooh, nerves. There is a lot of high standard when it comes to this competition. Every year I'm so blown away with the standard and how great this competition gets. So what are you most proud of when it comes to the elements of 4x4?
So one is the LEDs we did. We did a LED strip, so it can basically visualize the tilt of the car, as well as we made an automated tow bar, so it can go left to right and semi-automatically align itself, and we can control it.
You've lost me there because I am so impressed by the amount of coding and the skills that go into making this car. Well done and best of luck on the track. We'll catch up with you later. I think we can go straight to the track, Aisha, to start seeing how teams are performing up there. So let's quickly run back to the track and see how it's going. Okay, now we're back on the tow bar challenge. Hi everyone, I know you're focused and I don't want to disturb you, but how's it going?
Can't really say. Look at the car. We're just trying to fix it out right now.
So what have you learned? What's happening with the car right now? Can you explain what's happening on the track?
I think there's a problem with the weight management as well, the shell as well. So I think that's something we'll work on right now.
I know I'm disturbing that everyone's so focused on what's happening down on the track. But are you overall happy with like the rest of the components when it comes to 4x4?
Yeah, I think other than the tow bar, we're good right now. So we'll see.
Best of luck with the other terrain tracks. I'll let you be. And now we can go shift back to Aisha. What do you have on your side?
I'm actually just looking at the blazing streaks. We've actually already caught up with them just earlier, but they have begun the first terrain. Right now, they appear to be going over the seesaw. So very carefully coming out of there to make sure they don't hit those cones. Because as Abdul has mentioned, if you hit those cones, you actually get point deductions. So try not to do that. Looks like she'll be going up the hill next.
I think they're having a team switcheroo over here for the driver. I want to just catch a quick word back with RIT Tigers. So how important is driving when it comes to this? Do you need lots of experience, steady hands? What's the key advice to being a good driver for 4x4?
Absolutely, you need to be at least a good driver because the cones are really close to each other, and so when you're maneuvering, it can be difficult to reverse back, and if you do touch the cones, obviously that's a penalty. Especially going from one obstacle to another, knowing how to turn and how wide you turn, that's really important.
And what do you think has been the best component of your car in terms of coding or the element?
I think our board specifically is probably our holy grail because I don't think anybody has the same board. We have an inbuilt Bluetooth module and inbuilt gyroscope, so we didn't have to add those components and risk maybe hardware failure.
See, again, you've lost me there. I'm just going to nod and say, yes, yes, I agree with everything. So, also besides this, who has been the biggest supporter when it comes to this competition for you guys?
Probably our mentor, Hamad Abahasari, and he really stuck with the team from the beginning, from last year as well.
So from last year, shout out to your professor over there, your mentor. Is he your professor?
It's our mentor and professor.
Okay, okay. Shout out to, I thought I got it wrong and I was like, did I just call someone a professor? Gave them like a degree accidentally? Well, we'll catch up. Best of luck for the last and final terrain also, guys. Aisha, it's been crazy. Like seeing all the intricate designs when it comes to 4x4 cars. I could never achieve this level ever.
Yeah, actually, there's a surprising amount of work that goes into just preparing the car. Even having like a basic set is pretty complicated because you still have to make some of the parts yourselves as required by the competition. But especially this year, since they've implemented judging of the pit display and the engineering portfolio, that's just basically twice as much work for the competitors.
And Aisha, I'm aware that there is 3 categories when it comes to 4x4. There is developmental, rookie, and developmental,
professional, and then university.
So it's a competition meant for everyone, from high school students going up to university, and that's great to see how STEM learning is being pushed beyond school and into university as well. How has STEM learning affected you and impacted you in your life?
STEM is actually a pretty big part of my life. I'm going into an engineering degree, so yeah. But it kind of just like sticks with you for a long time. But you know, this isn't really about me, right?
Yeah,
So
it's great to see
actually,
the students.
let's
but
just why don't we just go through like the different parts of the track, because apart from not only being able to maneuver through these, the participants are also required to have certain mechanisms when they go over certain
And
obstacles.
I here have the elements of the terrain challenge. There's a terrain challenge stage 3, I believe, stage 2, my bad. And let's just go through each element. Ooh, I'm like getting in between some university students and they're all trying to like go back to their challenge. But let's get a walkthrough of this challenge. So can you explain to me what this aspect is?
The pipe bridge is primarily to test whether the driver and the car can actually maintain their balance and control, as whenever the car will dip down into one of those little dips, often the car will be off balance, so that can actually make it significantly harder to drive depending on how their suspension is wired.
And 4x4 is such intricate, they learn such intricate things that I believe these students can make a full real-life size car in the future. Hopefully they can design my car, so I'm recruiting anyone out there who's interested in that. But I do remember that these cones, any touch to these cones and they are pushed to the side will cause penalties. Is that right?
Yeah.
And going to the going on, I think from the what is the element called again?
Pipe bridge.
Pipe bridge. I'm going to give these a different name by the end of the competition.
Yeah, but judging by how this is laid out, they probably go into the water crossing next, which is testing the waterproofness of the car, which is pretty important because like that thing is mainly electronic wires. So hopefully we won't see any cars go up in smoke over there. You know, water, electricity, not a great combination.
But I would love to see that, Aisha. I know I am a very statistic person when it comes to seeing that, but living for the drama, living for what's potentially going to happen.
Oh, you're too cruel, Zara. But other than after that, they look like they have the camber dome. That's to test, I think it's called the breakover angle. That's actually pretty important even in real cars. For example, here in Dubai, we have a lot of dunes, and dune buggying and dune driving is a big thing. And if a car goes over its breakover angle, it'll start to roll over, and that's not good. So this is important to see where their center of gravity is, and also but seize their control, because sometimes this can cause the car to literally flip over rather than just fall.
There's so many challenges when it comes to this. It's crazy how much thought they put into every single aspect. I know for the hub, this hub is to track how diagonal the car goes, how it can do swift turns.
Yeah, mainly it's turning range. But before that, they actually have the tunnel. And this is where one of those mechanisms come into play, because the team should have rigged a light sensor so that when they go into this tunnel, the car's lights will turn on. So the judges will be looking for that as well.
And moving over, if we can just go a little back to this area.
Yeah, they'll be driving up this ramp onto the low mu, as in mu the coefficient. But this is like the hill over there, and it's just to check the grip of the car. But this is also about power distribution, because sometimes if you get a wheel stuck here, it will begin to turn, and oftentimes drivers can lose control and it'll go rocketing off the side, hence why this net is here.
Oh, if that net wasn't there, we would be hearing a lot of more thuds and hopefully...
And probably some tears, because that would absolutely break the car.
And now, okay, I've learned one part of this whole track. This is the part where I can say confidently, it's the articulation area, right?
Yes, well done.
I finally feel like I'm learning when it comes to this area. So the articulation area, I said articulation, but now I actually don't know what I actually mean.
This part is like to test the suspension, and also I think it's also the ground clearance, because if the car isn't jacked high enough and their wheels maybe aren't big enough or whatever, sometimes they can get caught on these ridges, and then it'll either lose its balance, fall off to the side, or it might not just be able to continue.
So many intricate elements, and this is only terrain stage 2. There's terrain stage 1, there's tow bar challenge, and there's many more aspects when it comes to this competition. I do want to get a word with some other teams, so let's head on over and we'll see you shortly.
There's an hammer. You have to finish it within that time. And the team that does it the fastest wins.
Okay, I am with Team Cybercallers. I remember you guys from a few years back. Do you remember me?
Yes, 100%. We just noticed you actually. We just said, oh wait, she's the same one last 2 years.
I know Yasin Schools loves me so much. I keep coming back, but it's great to see you guys back. How are you feeling this year?
Pretty good. I think we're better prepared than the last 2 years. We've added a lot of new stuff, but again, don't want to talk too much. We'll hope for the best. But yeah.
And what is your name and your team role when it came to Cybercallers?
So my name is Mark. My team role officially is the team designer, so I help coordinate everything, the resources, stuff like that. I was there from the beginning, the first time we took part in 4x4, and yeah, hopefully I can continue the streak.
Now I want to ask the questions that everyone wants to know. How has 4x4 impacted you in your career?
Pardon?
I know I caught him off guard, but how has 4x4 helped you with your career and learning? How has these skills helped you in real life?
Improved my mechanical skills, first of all, in the 3D modeling, because of course I'm an electrical engineer right now in a university, but focusing on electrical stuff more. But right now over here in the 4x4, I focused also on the mechanical stuff. That is applied, also the technical things that we apply inside the car itself. For example, coding and different things added on.
So we got an electric engineer. What are you doing, young man?
I'm a mechanical designer. My name's Nathaniel. So I design most of the cars and print most of the things. So I try to make the cars easy for them to work with as possible. That's pretty much.
So you're making everyone's job easier, but your job is not easy. But well done. And what are you doing?
My name is Adnan. I do the app development. So we develop a fully new app from scratch using MIT App Inventor.
MIT App Inventor. I want to give it a try, but I know I would fail miserably. And what about you?
My name's Ali, and I also work as the electrical engineer. I make the circuits and solder everything after we finished the circuit, finalizing it.
Do you have one spot extra for me, guys? Every year I keep on thinking, I want to do 4x4, but then I know I will fail miserably and not contribute much to the team.
I think we have space for you.
Great to hear from you. And now we can cross over to Aisha. She is with a special team that she's going to interview now.
وين شو انت اشرح الاسم انا بشرح الاسم انت اشرح الابلكيشن لا لازم
Yeah.
يا ساتر يا
Hi, I'm with Helix team. So what inspired you guys, actually first, can you guys introduce yourselves and then what kind of job you had in this competition?
Yes. My name is Ahmed Khalid and I'm specialized in the electronics.
My name is Zaid Al Adawi, and I'm a specialist in 3D printing.
So my name is Khalif Al Suwaidi, and I'm one of the programmers who programmed the car.
So my name is Amni Al-Aidarus, and I'm specialist in public relations.
My name is Zudima Al-Qaidi, and I'm the media manager.
So Helix, that's kind of like biological, but here we are doing electrical stuff. So what inspired that?
The Helix, double Helix band, it combines many things. As we see, this program combines design concepts, electronics, building and engineering skills with media and public relations skills too. So that's why we got the name Helix too. Yeah.
Okay, that's actually quite logical. And what made you use these high-vis vests for your uniform?
We used this vest because we wanted to choose a uniform that could work for all of the team members, and the vest was the best suitable option for that.
And this is the part I'm always interested. But what kind of modifications have you made to your car that may give you a winning edge?
So some of the modification is adding this plastic. It's not really a big modification, but it will protect the car from the water damage that might just ruin everything, because if the Arduino gets damaged, it's going to get ruined. We also added two motors that are really not used, but they're used for balancing, so to keep the center of mass stable and let the car just move forward as a whole.
And have you done your own coding, or have you used the one that 4x4 provides?
So we use the 4x4 as a baseline, and we have modified it for our own car and for our own modifications, so to be able to go as we want it to be.
And you mentioned you were the kind of one for public relations. So what have you done in that role?
We did the sponsor, and we got in contact with past winners, and just for advice and tips and stuff like that.
And how have you found that advice?
It was very helpful, and it was things that the judges were looking for: teamwork, collaboration, stuff like that.
Have any of you guys had the chance? Oh, sorry. Have any of you had the chance to practice using your car and going over certain terrain elements?
So we haven't really went over circuit elements, but we did practice our car, and hopefully by the time it ends charging, we'll be able to have some challenges and so on.
How confident are you guys in your car's performance?
We're really confident, and we hope for the best. I know we put in a lot of effort, so I hope this effort pays off at the end.
Are you scared of anything breaking or any mid-track mishaps?
So it could happen, but we did glue everything together, so hopefully these problems do not happen. But we never know. We'll see what happens soon enough.
And I have to ask, because when I did this, they didn't include pit display or engineering. So how have you been coping with that? Because it seems like there's a lot more work in it now.
Could you repeat that?
Oh, how have you coped with the extra elements being added, such as the pit display judging and the engineering portfolio judging?
For the engineering portfolio, we've realized that the schematic that was in the website was a bit outdated. There was a lot of things we had to do modifications. We had to teach ourselves the Arduino essentials and foundation, so we could be able to understand how the components work together. And for the portfolio, the media manager and Wadima and Amna, the public relations, they took in charge for 90% of the work. They did the portfolio, the engineering, and we explained to them all together, so we could write something that could be easy to understand and cope with the other people who come.
Mentioning that this competition has a lot of engineering to it, do any of you have an interest in future careers in STEM?
I do actually. I'm planning on taking a double major in computer science and electrical engineering.
You too, because I guess you guys aren't technically a lot of engineering, but you do have some hand in it, so.
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, do you have any plan to go into STEM engineering, or is this kind of more of an opportunity to expand on your ability to, market and handle public relations?
I'm planning on majoring in machine intelligence and artificial intelligence, so it's really helpful and gives me a heads up on what I'll be majoring, stuff like that.
Aside of the experience that I have got from this competition, I also aspire to obtain an occupation in computer engineering.
Okay, wow, that's very interesting. Thank you for allowing me to interview you guys. But I've heard Zara has something interesting going on back at the track.
I'm back with the cyber crawlers. I can't seem to crawl away from their team. And I have learned a bit more about their programming, coding, and the efforts that went into their team. They're currently at the tow bar challenge. How are you feeling about that, guys?
I'm nervous since I'm not even the driver, but you should ask him, to be honest.
I cannot disturb the driver. I've been getting strict instructions not to annoy or disturb them. But have you guys been practicing when it comes to the tow bar challenge?
Yes, we did it once yesterday and it went well. Hopefully it will go better today. But yeah.
And no pressure on him, but let's take an overhead shot of that car and get a little bit insight of what was the design behind the car. Can we get an overhead shot of the car? Any second now, if everyone's hearing me. Great, that's of the tow bar track. Yes, perfect. So who came up with the design of the car? Just the design aesthetics of it.
We started off with one in 2 years ago, and then from there we just kept developing it. I think the main design idea came from Nathaniel, but yeah, we just kept developing the chassis to make it look more and more aesthetic, but also more efficient.
And talking about innovation and development, I know you guys have a phone mobile app. If we can get the cameraman to go look at that app so someone can explain to me. And he's going away. Someone chase the navigator, please. But where did that inspiration come from for having a mobile app?
So we wanted a way to control the servo, the tow bar, without having to interrupt the driver or anything. So we decided an app is the best way to do it. And then we figured if we have an app, we might as well use it for other things too. So we use it to get information from the sensors. We use it to see our shell in the 3D live view. We control a lot of parts in our car. For example, we have a live suspension, so we control when it goes up and down. We can control that with the app as well. And yeah, we just wanted to use it for everything that we could. And yeah, so far it's working.
And has that been your biggest innovation when it comes to a 4x4? Because you've been here in this competition for 2 years. Keep on improving. Oh, we're getting celebrations here. Everyone happy with those results. Was that nerve-wracking to do that? Did you feel that stress?
Yes.
Yes, now you can breathe. And how about you? Are you happy with how you drove around that track?
I think I'm having a heart attack, but yes.
Someone please reduce his blood pressure because it's only going to get more difficult from here.
Yes, that is true. But we continue to hope for the best, and we're hoping that the month's work we did will be sufficient to get through the entire challenge.
What is the scariest looking part for the challenge?
Oh, it's definitely the hill climb over there and the pipe bridge. Those two obstacles has eluded us for over 2 years. Hopefully, the changes we made to the car now has made it a lot better.
Third time's the charm. Yeah, that's what this thing is. But best of luck, guys. And well done for the programming, the mobile app, super innovative. And you guys keep on coming bigger and better, and it shows. Yes, actually, let's take a closer look at that. So who designed the app? Who coded for the app? Oh, come here. You're the man of the show. So let's explain everything to the app first.
Just decided to, just as I said, just creating it from scratch again. So once you start up, we added some animations to it. So it can
some sound effects. It's really nice to hear that.
You hear background music that happens, and then we decided to make it into like different screens. So we've got a control panel that has all the connections from the app. We can receive information, we can send information back then. We can control all the servos as well as the suspension system. We also have, this is the About Us page for the team.
An About Us page too. You should include some games in there, you know, in midway.
It's coming. So we included a 3D design, like we got our 3D designs from Fusion 360 and we uploaded them to the phone itself. So we can show a preview of our car simulation on the phone itself, as you can see now. So this is at 1.0. That's the first car that we started with. So as you can see, you can check everything, can zoom in and out. For us, this is our car right now, Z3.0. We have the third version. So just come up now.
And it's a long process getting from, you had lots of prototypes. How long did it take you to design that car?
It's still around like 1.5 months since we started. Yeah. Or even more than that, yeah.
And amazing to see an app built for this type of competition. And besides the app, what other innovations has your team introduced?
We worked more on the electronics as well, the Arduino code. So we didn't also use the codes that the 4x4 provides. We just created our own code. We imported some new libraries. We also did some things with the App Inventor connection, also with the coding. So yeah.
You've dropped a lot of words, which I'm just nodding to my head and saying, yes, yes, I know, for sure, for sure. But that looks so great. Oh my.
Our biggest innovation this year would be the fact that we have a live suspension. So we can control it based on the obstacle that we have using the app. So if it's an obstacle that requires us to go higher, we can lift the car using the app. If it wants us to go down only in a certain part, you can lower the front and raise the back, and I think that's pretty cool that we did.
And now you're saying a lot of things which I'm seeing like real life application to. Do you feel confident enough to build a real life size car after 4x4? You have to say yes. That's like I'm torturing you to say yes.
Of course, yeah. Because year by year we are evolving. Of course, we're going to go to universities and finish school. So by that time, of course, we'll be capable of making an actual car.
I would hope I'm getting the first car, first prototype. I need to sign a contract with you guys when it comes to this car. But
No, I don't think you need a contract. It's by default, you got a car.
I feel so special. This team always makes me feel lovely to talk to. But well done, guys, and catch up with you for the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And Aisha, going back to your side, is there anything going on in that? I love throwing the camera right back at you when you're unprepared, just focus, laser focus on that track. But how's it going on your side?
I don't want to disturb anyone or the judges, but we have a new team, the Terrain Titans, who have just begun the first terrain, and they've already gone up the beginning ramp, and it looks like they're going into the, what is it called? The V Gully. So this one will mainly test their balance and control of the car, making sure not to bump those cones off as well. But looks like they're going through there pretty well. Some teams do choose to use a spare car because either their own car breaks or sometimes it's so low that it will actually begin to catch on the tires and they can't properly steer it. I think they do lose a few points on that. Maybe I can get a judge to double check. Okay, no. But sometimes it's kind of worth just losing the marks if you can avoid losing even more marks while you're doing the terrain challenges. As you can see, both teams have decided to use a spare car, but you can see that everyone's really focused. They're even moving around to be able to see the car fully.
And Aisha, it's great to see teams coming back bigger and better than ever. I'm seeing new innovation from the cyber crawlers. They've improved so much, and seeing them grow each year is great. It's great to see people coming back, and I can't wait to see these next teams come back next year. Hopefully, me and you are still presenting here at Yasin Schools. We're asking you for another job back at 4x4 commentating, but it's been great and lovely to see how much effort and time goes into this competition.
Yeah, actually, I remember even when I was competing that the cyber crawlers were still here, and even then they were as just one of the most formidable teams, and they're back bigger than better than ever with all these cool gadgets and the app they made. But I think 4x4 is just the kind of thing you can keep coming back to because there's always more to improve upon when you're building a car.
Yes, and tough competition from the cybercrawlers. They did guarantee me a car when they started making real-life cars, so I am still waiting on that. First, let me get my driver's license first, and then we can talk about that.
I know, you failed a couple of times.
Oh, we don't need to mention that on the live stream. Maybe parking I've had some issues with, but also, I don't think I can do any of this stuff in real life too, but let's see what more teams have to bring, and we can catch up in a little while. We're gonna take a short break, just roaming around, checking the bid displays, and if we catch something interesting, we'll come back right at you.
I'll call this.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I am here with a special guest right now. Hello. Oh no, they're having some team discussions. Yeah? What's your name, sir?
Muhammad Abu Asali.
And you're the mentor for RIT Tigers, is that right?
That's correct. We have 3 teams here today, and I'm a mentor for 2 of them.
And what has your experience been mentoring these students when it comes to 4x4?
I mean, it's been a great experience really seeing these students apply what they learn in our university and try to make these cars as efficient and smooth on the track.
And as the role of the mentor, what do you do to help these students ensure these cars are performing well and the other components are well established?
I mean, I think it mainly revolves around just providing them with the resources they need. You don't want to do their work for them, and you don't want to just sit and wait. I think you just have to find the right balance of giving them the right resources and pushing them in the right directions. And yeah, they're great. They're amazing students, and they always come up with great ideas and implement them well.
That's great. And any advice for other mentors out there when it comes to 4x4? Any words of wisdom you'd like to pass on?
I think 4x4 specifically, out of all the Yasin Schools competitions, might seem like the most intimidating. Has a lot to it in comparison to the other competitions. But I mean, just give it a shot. It's a learning experience not only for the students and also for the mentor. And you try, you could win like we did last year, and you could also just learn quite a bit, which is also worth it.
Great way to encourage 4x4. Truly an ambassador for 4x4. Thank you so much for encouraging this STEM learning in university students, and hopefully we'll see you back next year with a new team.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, fingers crossed. Best of luck to your 3 teams that are performing here. And thank you for your time and efforts for this whole thing. So many mentors, professors, teachers, and parents put in time and effort to help support these students. So I think we should give a special shout out to them for all their hard work and time when it goes to 4x4. Hello, everyone. We're back on the track. Me and Aisha here are back on terrain stage 2. And Aisha, there is so much going on here, but we are back with the cyber crawlers again. And I keep on getting interviews with them because they are such celebrities when it comes to 4x4. And seeing them on their final challenge is something I want to capture on this live stream. So, Aisha, can you just explain to me, is this the most difficult challenge when it comes to 4x4?
In my opinion, this second track definitely does seem to have a more complex components, especially when it comes to not only the skill needed to drive through them, but also the car's ability to actually go over them. And you've actually told me that the cyber crawlers have had a few issues in the first track, but I am dying to see whether they have this movable suspension throughout the course.
And so much is going on in this track. I can see the team out here strategizing, swapping drivers to get the best results possible. How are you feeling about this track, and are you nervous, excited? What's going on in your mind?
Extremely nervous. This track is a little more challenging than the first one, so we're not sure how this is gonna go, but so far so good. Yeah.
Okay, and how long have you been practicing driving through this track? I know your eyes are glued onto the track, and I keep on asking you guys questions, but how do you feel about the elements here?
So we don't have the identical track to practice with, so we just try to recreate the elements with like foam board, Lego blocks, stuff like that. So obviously we can't get the exact replica, so we haven't had much time to practice, but yeah, we're hoping that shouldn't affect us too much.
Actually, if we can go straight onto the track.
If I could just interrupt you, this is the tunnel where they'll be testing to see if they can actually, their light sensor will turn on. So if we could get a camera in there, oh, actually we already have one. They're lining themselves up, and I guess we'll see whether or not their lights actually turn on. Oh, and they do.
Again, there's so many components when it comes to the cars. They have to have a buzzer. Ooh, are we having some issues coming out of that tunnel? Will it touch that cone, Aisha? That is the question.
Oh, it looks like they're maneuvering themselves to avoid it. So we've got a very...
Let's go. Let's get applause from everyone. That was a great job, guys. Getting throughout that tunnel seems very difficult and very precise. Back to going to the dome. Remind me, Aisha, what the dome's called again and what's the purpose of it?
The next obstacle they're going through is called the...
Camber Dome, I believe.
Yeah, and test the breakover angle. So hopefully their car will be able to come over it safely and not topple over.
Okay, go.
Oh, and you can actually see the suspension in action. They've raised their car. Now they're trying to maneuver it to get through those cones, but with the way they're placed, it does seem pretty difficult.
So how does suspension help with the camber dome in this area?
So the suspension helps the car go up and down, so that way it can stay balanced no matter where it is. So that way it won't flip or slide off.
And if it does flip off, then what happens? Do the judges fix it?
You hit it already. Go, keep going.
Okay, they got through it.
Turn.
You can hear the team like giving them instructions, and it's. And when it comes to drivers, are you guys swapping through based on your ability to do a certain task or what?
Yes, actually, personally, I'm the one who has the most experience with the car as the mechanical designer. So I'm leaving most of the parts where, for example, Mohammed over here is about to do the water. The water. So basically, but for the rest, some hard parts, I think, yeah, it's definitely because of skill, yes.
Okay, and the water thing, you guys aren't worried about your car being waterproof or not, right?
Not quite, yeah. That's why we put it on like as high as possible so that the water is out of the range of the water.
Okay, let's see. Eyes on the track if this car is waterproof or not.
Okay, keep going, come on.
Ooh. It seems to be keep on going, Aisha. That's good news that the water hasn't impacted any of the electronics inside.
We're touching, so we're touching at least 2 cones like each. That's okay. Switch, Mohammed, switch.
Team strategy of swapping drivers. This I've been seeing this a lot, Aisha. And has this happened in your time in 4x4?
Yeah, I think they you can't have the same driver for all of the obstacles. So deciding who does what is actually very strategic, not only based on the skill of the driver, but also maybe who can, like, those who are more experienced can take on the harder ones, whereas easier obstacles can be taken on by anyone, just so that they can fulfill that requirement of having to switch different drivers.
Aisha,
Looks like it's getting a little messy here.
But Aisha,
they're getting
my
through
driving
it.
skills are so bad that if they had me on their team, I don't think their car would be on the track at all. But they're doing such a great job. They've gotten through the obstacles. Some cones were shifted, some cones were knocked down, but that's what is expected when it comes to 4x4. There is other project elements when it comes to 4x4. There is the pit display, portfolio, and also their car engineering, scrutineering.
But yeah, a big part of doing the terrain in 4x4 is honestly just perseverance. Don't get too caught up if you knock over a cone or if your car falls down. Just keep pushing onwards, and honestly, finishing is better than not.
We're getting lots of cheers from the team, and now we're looking at the articulation area. Ooh, it got through. Let's go to the finish line as the car makes it.
Woo! And they finished with just a few seconds to spare, nonetheless.
Well done, guys. Well done. Amazing job from the cyber crawlers, and this is what to expect when you come to 4x4. Now that they're like less stressed, are you guys finally taking a breather?
Yeah, definitely.
No more stress, right?
Stress, that's it. Yeah.
Stress for the other components, or are you just chilling? Do you feel confident?
Yeah, of course we do feel confident because we worked hard on this car this year. We did way more better things than the years before.
And now what else do you have in store for today? Do you have any other judging criteria you have to get to, or what?
Yeah, they just left the presentation, which we are also dedicating a lot of stuff to just explain these components that we just tested now.
Best of luck. You're already getting media trained from me, so that presentation is going to go smoothly. Best of luck, and well done, cyber crawlers. All of them keep leaving me. I know, guys.
Very stressed. We're just very stressed. But yeah, I gotta practice the presentation now.
Okay, I'll leave you to it. I won't come back for another interview, but well done. Feel free.
Yes.
Okay, well done. Oh, I'm a part of the team. I feel so special with the cyber crawlers.
She has the colors team, white and black.
See, I'm missing a shirt, but I hope that is getting delivered to my house soon, right? Best of luck with your presentation, guys, and well done. Amazing job. Truly impressive to see these teams come together and make such amazing components for 4x4. Aisha, back to you. I keep catching you off guard, Aisha. I know you're super glued into the action, that's what's happening on the track, but there is so much to this competition when it comes to everything. I can see the judges working non-stop, really hard when it comes to getting 4x4s running and everything, and maybe we can catch a quick word with them if anyone graces us with their time. Okay, let's go and see if we can catch a quick word over there. Abdullah, hi, are you free? 2 minutes. I've been put on the side for 2 minutes, but I do have a team coming in. Hi guys, how are you feeling today?
Pretty good.
What's your name?
Sanjana.
And what's your team name?
Siderium.
Siderium. Ooh, I like that name. What was the inspiration behind that name?
So it means star in Latin, and so, we're shooting stars and we're...
It's truly spectacular, truly out of this world. So how long have you guys been together in this team?
We have been in this team for since December, and we've been working on this, so yeah.
And are you in developmental rookie, a developmental professional, or university?
Development.
So this is your first time participating. How has this competition been to you guys? Have you been enjoying the experience, been challenged?
we have been enjoying this experience. It's been a great learning experience for all of us, and it's much more to do here.
And what has been the biggest challenge, in your opinion, for 4x4s?
Everything, like right from the app to the Arduino coding to getting the car assembled together, all of it. Everything's a challenge here.
You don't get a break in 4x4. I know Abdullah is keen on getting you guys started on the track. I'm sorry for taking everyone's time, Abdullah, but best of luck, guys, and we'll be seeing and tuning into the action for Team Sidarium, right? Okay, see you guys soon. If we can just get cameras on the track to see how they perform. While Abdullah explains terrain stage 2, I just want to quickly cross over with another team. They're getting briefed right now on terrain stage 1, but the thing is that their sponsorships caught my eye. We're seeing quite big brands out there, Dubai, AC, Acer, and many other brands. If I can get a quick word with them after the briefing session, of course. I cannot disturb the action that's happening on the track. Okay, just final words from our judges explaining how each terrain works.
Yeah, looks like we won't be getting to chat with them, but actually if we look at their car.
Let's see a closer look at their car. Ooh, I am finally
like the
seeing
design.
some color. I'm finally seeing some splatter paints. I really like the thought process and the aesthetics behind the car. It's not only about the engineering and scrutineering part. There is so much more to the competition. Is team identity one of them, Aisha?
Yeah, especially with the new criterion set in place. Team identity is becoming more and more important, along with, getting sponsors and whatnot. So I think 4x4 is beginning to adopt some of that F1 criteria. So
branding is just as important as STEM learning. While I might not be in engineering, I am a part of marketing, enterprise, and that sort of area. That is where my specialty comes in. But I am with team. What's your team name? Clutch.
Yes.
Okay, I know you guys are very eager to see how your car performed, but how has the competition been so far?
It's been all right. Yeah.
It's been all right. I am not taking all right for an answer. You have to say it's been great.
It's been amazing. It's been wonderful.
That's much better. So what has been the biggest challenge of this competition? You guys, let me discuss beforehand.
I would say the shell part, because of the measurements and the perfect placement in the mounts and all. It's quite hard. So we had to make some modifications and last minute changes.
If we can get a closer look on their car over there, it has a very different, unique design. So when it came to the car aesthetics, who decided on that?
That was me.
And explain the thought process behind that.
Just wanted to capture what space looks like,
What space looks like? Yeah, I totally get it. And Team Clutch, where did that name come from?
Oh, well, clutch is the ability to take control over something. It's just like that. We've taken control over that car, and we've engineered it to perfection.
I was hoping for taking control of that leaderboard, taking control of the best team.
Soon.
Soon. Okay. Best of luck. Any questions from your side, Aisha?
Yeah, actually going back to the design, I hate to grill you like this, but what's up with the zip ties? I have to ask. It's killing me.
The last minute measurements were wrong, so we had to do what we could do with the zip ties and all the bolt cuttings and everything.
Yeah, the show must go on, but...
Aisha, okay,
sorry.
whoa.
Do you think that I can see that the back of the tires is actually pretty close to your shell. Are you worried about that catching on and, maybe preventing your car from moving the way you want it to?
A bit, I would say, but I'd say best of luck to the driver over there, and let's see what happens.
Oh, pressure on him. And I've seen some sponsors. Sponsors, is that right? On the back of your shirts. Who got those sponsors? How did you get such big brands?
Some through family, others through rigorous communication, finding a lot of people, talking, emailing. calling.
This man has connections out there. So anyone wants to like hit up this man and for these connections, I think we can go straight into this side where the actual action is happening, where the race navigator and driver are going to perform train stage 1. Is that correct?
You guys ready? Yeah.
Okay, pressure is on. I was told not to say that, but it is a stressful thing. Let's see what's happening. A bit of a struggle happening here getting on that ramp, but that is to expect. Sometimes these issues happen, but it's about coming back and getting to understand where the car needs improvement, right?
But yeah, sometimes you can actually just decide to skip some
but you
elements,
lose points,
but
right?
you lose points. So it's really up to the team whether they want to, salvage their car or try and push through. Because sometimes even when you try and push through an element, you actually end up, destroying your car that little bit more. Where else, if you just skipped it, you could preserve it and therefore do better. But yeah, as you can see, they've decided to just use the standard car, which is what a lot of the teams will do because it's a basic kit, but it actually has pretty good suspension just by itself. Very solid center of mass, and as you can see, the shell doesn't even remotely touch the wheels, so there's not much of a chance of it getting stuck. So sometimes, even though they'll lose a few points, they do decide to just switch the car because it's a lot more beneficial in the long run.
These team calls, these team strategies are very important, which I think the Ferrari team could use some of these team members for their strategist sector. But it is like, it's about making those last minute calls about what is going to get them the most points. But again, the tracks aren't all of the components of 4x4. So much goes behind this. Verbal presentations, pit displays, portfolios, and also scrutineering points.
Yeah, because I think that's especially where they can gain a lot of the points, because some of these teams have done so much incredible work on their cars, and that gives them so much to talk about in their verbal presentation and their engineering portfolio. So even if they may lose a few points on the track, they could absolutely make those up in their verbal presentation and their portfolio.
Again, it's great to see that 4x4 is adopting more components, more elements, pushing these students further and challenging them even further than that. It does not only teach you about engineering, it does not only teach you about scrutineering, but it teaches you communication, collaboration, and many other problem solving and important STEM skills as well. Aisha, also just talk me through how has your experience so far with 4x4? Have you seen the standard go higher back in your days when you were participating in this competition?
Oh yeah, 100%. Not only is there so many more teams, but these teams actually, bothered to do modifications, and my team just kind of stuck with the basic set.
Oh, we're exposing your team. Let's not go there, Aisha.
Yeah, I think kids are just getting so much more invested in it now because they can see how beneficial this is for them. There's a lot to write about in terms of what you learn. You develop all kinds of skills, not only if you plan to do engineering, but also just general skills in life.
It's such a career-enriching program. I wish I participated in 4x4, but again, I don't know what contribution I can bring to any team besides, the marketing aspect. But besides that, it's great to see how challenging this competition can get. But it's also like one thing I do enjoy about this, it's not about timing. It's more about getting through the process and getting through the tracks. In F1 in schools, it's all about that reaction time. But here, it's taking things slow, looking at the potential hazards, and getting through those obstacles.
Well, I wouldn't say it's not all about time, but because like they do have a set time limit of when they have to finish the course, but it's more of a slow and steady thing.
Slow and steady does win the race, says
Don't
the
take too much
turtle.
time, and if you've already knocked over a cone, just blast past it. There's not much point in, trying to save something that's already gone.
Wise words, Aisha, wise words. The seesaw is one of my favorite obstacles on the track. What is your favorite obstacle on the track, Aisha?
Oof, that's a tough one, to be honest. All of them have their pros and cons, but
each of them testing their own ability for how the car performs. I love how. Ooh, we're hearing some races in the back. Anyways,
just some pastime fun. But I think my favorite one would probably be the hill. No, just not because it's physical size, but this is actually where I see a lot of mechanical mishaps as the car tries to battle through having half of its wheels completely on solid ground and the other over rolling pins.
When I was getting briefed on 4x4, I know I should not be exposing myself right here, but I am a 4x4 newbie, and when I was getting briefed on them, they described to me the hill as slip grip. And
Slippy grippy.
Yeah, I keep on making my own names when it comes to each component, but I'm here with you, thankfully, to help me get through the competition and teach me how 4x4 works.
And I actually, with this car, the hill is probably my favorite because it just kind of represents everything about 4x4. All the trial and tribulations up until this point, but then you get to the top of the hill and it's okay, not in a bad way, but it's all downhill from there. And like in terms of, hey, it's over, I've done my best, I can always come back next year and do better.
And it's great to see everyone coming back. Again, like each challenge, each terrain has their own unique aspect. Even the tow bar challenge, to me, it seems such a simple thing, but it's actually so much hard work and thought needs to go into how will that hook grab that tow bar and go around that track.
Because there's so many different mechanisms the competitors can use to do that.
And I think now
Abdullah,
we
you
can
got a minute?
finally catch a word with Abdullah, a busy man. How has the competition been so far?
We've made the track a little bit challenging here so that the teams have a normal progression from easy to a little bit difficult to extremely difficult. But I think teams are making quick decisions, and that's what we need. We need people to understand when is the right time to skip the obstacle, when is the right time to actually finish it, look at the time, make decisions. And so far, so good. All the teams have done better than we expected. And all we can hope is, they get better at this.
And what has been the most difficult obstacle that you've been seeing teams fail throughout this competition?
Yeah, so most of the time we have similar obstacles over the years. So something new that we've done is we've made it a little bit more difficult in between the obstacles so that teams cannot prepare for this exactly, so they have to think on the spot how they're going to solve the trajectory of the vehicle. The elements themselves remain the same, so we've added a little bit of a twist to this.
And is there one element that is the most difficult out of them all than the rest?
I would say that's the pipe bridge because it's all about balance and control. It's all about how detailed and trigger light you are.
Very well said, very well said. Thank you so much for your time. I'm not going to take more of the busy judges are too busy judging, and I feel like I can't catch a word with them because it's been lots of competitors here. Again, number record, wow, my English are just disappearing, but record number of teams this year. It's great to see so many participants in 4x4.
Yeah, the judges have a lot on their plate. They have to be constantly monitoring what's going on the track. So it's very judge involved, whereas in 4x4, we're in 4x4. F1, they can kind of just sit back a little more and just let the machines do the work. But here it's all human.
Again, a special shout out to all those judges, all those members in Yasin schools to making this competition happen, and to ADNOC especially. We wouldn't be here without them. So giving that partner love by ADNOC and Ithara. I'm back at the track. I'm at the tow bar challenge, and I am with.
My name is Deepak.
How are you, Deepak?
Feeling really great.
Feeling nervous about this competition?
Somewhat, but when the trailer hitched, we felt very confident.
And I got special word that you guys have something unique about your car, that you have sensors that start beeping when you touch, whenever it's near an obstacle?
Yeah, so basically what we have is an ultrasonic distance sensor, and that detects distance between the obstacles that are placed in front of it. And the buzzes of the ultrasonics, there's a buzzer placed in there, and the ultrasonic sensor detects small distances while as long distances, and buzzes accordingly, loud buzzes or soft buzzes.
And how long have you been working on this project?
It's approximately about a year by now. We did a small competition in a university, and from there we got inspired to come to Yas Marina to do this competition.
And how has that growth been from your from university competition?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of growth in a lot of different. That's good. Nice. So there has been a lot of growth in different fields, and I feel like in general we have grown to like our engineering principle a lot.
And if I can catch a quick word with the driver, overall happy with those results, happy with that driving.
Really happy with that result.
And expected that, or were you like, I'm just going with the flow, let's see where it goes?
We expected that. We were just a bit skeptical about it, but it was fine.
And when it came to the engineering of the car, what was the biggest challenge? Who can I talk to for the engineering part? All of us. So you all know what's going on. See, for me, I can't say the same about me. But what has been the most difficult part?
I think the Bluetooth connection.
Bluetooth.
We believe that the module that they have given it doesn't work that well.
So did you modify the code that they gave, or did you make your own?
Yeah, we modified the code that we made and we made our own app, so that way it's more customized for us, and we don't have any issues with the Bluetooth as such.
Can I see the app? I've been seeing these apps everywhere, and I've been so intrigued. Let's see how they look. Okay, if we can get a closer look. And, ooh, I love the branding. Who decided on the colors and the layout?
Deepak and Gaurav.
Do you want to talk about the look of the app? When you were deciding how it should look, the functions, what were you thinking?
Mainly, obviously, we had aesthetics in mind. But we just wanted the user experience to be easy for the navigator to be able to concentrate to actually navigating in the track rather than having to deal with the app again and again.
And in your app, what do you have in there? There's the navigation aspect, and what else?
So basically, what we've done with this is rather than in most of the apps that we see, the features are very stagnant, and everyone has to somehow comply with it, which means that there is a sliding feature as well, which is there common in most apps. We made it more simplistic. We added buttons to it, and we navigated it in such a way that the app only detects the IP address of our receiver. So that way, it just ensures that it's connected to our device, and there is no confusion because there are multiple devices.
So you're not connecting to any other teams, and you know, like just as a rivalry, you can just like knock a few cones from their side, and then that's one of the sneaky tips I'm giving out there. But I know that isn't allowed. But well done, guys, and overall happy with your project outcome.
Yes, definitely. We've worked together quite well. We've had a lot of challenges along the way, like internships and everything. So managing and all was a bit strenuous, but I think we've done a very, very good job, and we are confident of the next challenges as well.
And how has 4x4 influenced your career, influenced those skills, inspiring you to go into the engineering mechanical side of life?
So we are all mechanical engineers, and coming for this competition has enabled me to know more about the circuit elements, about Arduino Uno. So I was completely new to it, but this competition has enabled me to, gain more knowledge about that.
And last question, because I know you guys have to go to the second stage, but what is the most scary part that you're not looking forward to when it comes to driving that 4x4 car?
The scariest part, I think, to a large extent, the scary part was done, but now we'll have to see how it goes. But we are prepared, and I think we're just taking it one thing at a time. So we trust what we've prepared in, and hopefully we can execute it.
It's not about speed in this competition. It is about focus, laser sharp focus, and making sure you avoid those cones and get through those obstacles. Well done, guys, and best of luck for the rest of your you can't call this racing. What do you call this in 4x4?
Obstacle course. Obstacle course.
Obstacle course. Thank you for educating me as a F1 in schools person. I am quite lost here, but it's great to see this, and I'm learning so much. And I wish I did do 4x4 when I was back in school. Aisha, on your side, do you have anything interesting that caught your eye? Well done, guys. Alex.
Yeah, sorry, I actually have an interview lined up, but they have a few stragglers in terms of team members, so just chilling out, waiting for them to go. Oh, everyone's here? Okay, great. Can we get a camera over? We do have one. Okay, you ready? Yeah. So, Asensio, is that it? Yeah. Could you introduce yourselves?
I'm Alex. I was the lead car designer. I worked on Fusion 360 and modeling the car, getting it printed and assembling it all.
I am Burhan, and I did all the electronics and circuitry for Team Essential.
Hi, my name is Zaina. I'm lead graphics designer and marketing manager for Team Essentio. So I worked with our sponsor, TPS Advertising Agency, to make sure that our display got printed, and I took hold of the graphics design with Burhan.
What was the inspiration behind your name?
It's Latin for us to ascend, because many of the courses have ramps, and so we decided for a Latin name that meant ascend. Yeah.
Okay, and what grade are you guys in? You all seem very young to be doing something that's so, engineering involved, such as 4x4.
I'm 14. I've always been interested in programming and electronics. So as soon as I saw that 4x4 was, more electronics based and modeling and all of that sort of stuff, I knew that I'd be interested, so I joined.
And are you all in the same grade, or?
No.
So me and Alex are in the same grade, but Zaina is.
I'm 12 years old and I'm in year 7. So I've honestly always loved math and taking things apart. So for the same reason as Alex, I've known him for a very long time. So we both have similar interests. So we when we saw that there was this competition which allowed us to like make our own car and program it and get all the electronics, we're like, okay, we're definitely doing this.
Nice. Early dedication to STEM. What kind of modifications have you made to your car that may help you get over the terrain easily?
So first of all, for the buzzer, we made it so that it'd get more high pitched as it would tilt more. So it'd be easier to notice when it was getting in a worse and worse situation. So the closer it got to verticality, it would basically get more high pitched. And if it was like around 45 to 30 degrees, it'd be generally low pitched. We also had an innovation in our car body, making it different from the conventional 4x4 type.
Can we get a camera on the car body, actually?
Pardon?
Oh, sorry. Can we get a camera on the car body, actually?
Yeah, sure. Should I pick it up and take?
So it's more like a McLaren than an actual conventional 4x4 car. So if you look at any sort of 4x4 car, you always see that it's boxy. It looks more like a box, but ours looks closer to an F1 car. But it's actually quite useful because it has a low center of gravity. So the higher up your center of gravity is, the more unstable and top-heavy it is, which means that there are some really tricky ramps up there. So if we made the center of gravity too high, it would just fall over on the ramps. So this keeps the center of gravity low, and it's pretty practical, actually. We also made an AR display of our car body. Let me just get it up. So, well, that's working. So you can see, I'm not sure if you can see, but if you look in this, yeah, it's working. So if you see, we made an AR file. So this is blank, but if you look into the screen, it actually looks like there's a card there. And you can turn it, if I put my hand in it, it just disappears. So we wanted to do the best we could for the pit display and everything, so we worked really hard. And we put everything we could into it. We're really thankful to be in the 4x4 competition.
Speaking of your pit display, you've mentioned that you've actually have some terrain at your school. So have you all practiced doing a little bit of the terrain challenges?
Alex.
Yes, we got help constructing a terrain course, which consisted of multiple sections, such as a wheel tightrope, similar to the one that's actually in the Stage 1 terrain challenge. We had a rocky section consisting of recycled pieces of concrete to be more sustainable. And then the main part of it was basically this ramp into a ladder tightrope, and then a very sharp turn into another wheel tightrope, which had like a curved part, so the wheels would not be even to make it a challenge.
Having practiced so much, are you confident you'll do well when you come to the terrain challenges?
Well, we know that no matter what, we'll try our best in the terrain challenge, so we're not really worried about it, but I think that we'll do okay. So,
trying your best, yes, that's definitely the best part of it and the most important. Well, I guess I'll pass it back to you, Zara.
I am here with their mentor, actually, Aisha. Well done, everyone. You guys are so eloquently media-trained professionals. I think you can replace my job and Aisha's job any day soon. But I am here with
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller, you've been the mentor of Heartland International School. You've been the mentor for Asensio. I am struggling with names today. Help me out.
Asensio.
Asensio. Love that name. So how has your experience been as a mentor for them?
For these guys, it's been so easy for us. They've been so self-led. We've done virtually nothing for them whatsoever. We helped them come up with a sample track you can see there on the poster. Our technician, Mr. Kerry, helped us with that, so I've got to give him a shout out as well. But all we did was run some lunchtime and after school sessions with myself and my colleague, Mrs. Rogers. So just every Tuesday and Thursday, these guys turned up, very independent, very self-led.
4x4 does encourage that independence and pushing to make that components come together. But there is so much more to 4x4. it's all about that STEM learning. And how do you see the STEM learning growing in Yasin schools and these competitions? How has this STEM learning helped these students in future lives?
I think it's the variety of skills in here. So I'm a design technology teacher, so very much the 3D printing and the technical drawing and things like that are my forte. And one of my colleagues, the head of computing, had to get involved with the coding side because I can read a bit of HTML, but that's about my limit. So that was way over my head, and their level of programming is far above me. So they've had the head of computing help them with that side as well. But it's just that all-round education. It's not just about one area.
Really well said. It's great to see STEM learning being encouraged in such young students, and it has helped me personally. It has helped Aisha, and I can say it has helped every student in a way, beyond the classroom, beyond school, and helped us and carried us through high school. But besides that, any advice for other mentors out there that are helping teams, 4x4 teams, that you would like to pass on?
Find a great team that's independent. As I said, we have very little to do with these guys, so self-led. So, if you find that level of independence in some students, Alex in particular has driven this team to meet every week and keep them on track. But all three of them have been absolutely fantastic. So if you found some independence and some leaders out there, really encourage it.
Credit to the team, and thank you so much for your participation. Again, great to see everyone here. Great to see the enthusiasm, the passion that these kids have. And we'll catch up with you soon. We're going for a little track walk to see how it is going on at those tracks. See you soon. Welcome back. We've seen some great track obstacles today. We've met with some very important people. And now I am with what's your team name?
Team Monero.
Team Monero. How are we feeling this morning?
At the moment, we're a little nervous, but I hope we can build up the confidence as each challenge goes on.
Where is those nerves coming from? Have you been seeing other teams and seeing what they've done and you're like, oh, what's happening here? Are you feeling nervous because of that, or are you nervous just because of other aspects?
We're nervous because it's our first time trying to do it like on camera, live. So that nervousness is always there, but I hope to overcome that and move forward confidently.
And what are you most nervous about? Is it the toe bar challenge, terrain stage 1, terrain stage 2? There is so much going on. What is the most nerve-wracking thing?
I would say like in general, like the toe bar challenge itself, you know. So like mainly these courses, especially that, is quite challenging, I would say.
And have you been practicing for this challenge for a long time?
We couldn't get the time to practice since our 3D prints were ready like 2 weeks ago, and it was during our exam time, so we couldn't do the practices. But we tried on different things, so I'm hoping they're working. So I hope they work.
It's crazy that people are doing exams, doing school, doing other assignments, lots of other commitments. How have you managed your time with 4x4 and school?
We usually work in the weekends, in the last 2 days, in Saturday and Sunday. We stayed back, we went to each other's house, and we built it from there, from each other's house. And by night time, we usually go back home.
So lots of sleepless nights, lots of weekends dedicated to this. Are you ready for a break, or are you enjoying the challenge? Have you enjoyed your experience with 4x4?
I would say it's quite joyful so far because we learned a lot of new things. That we encountered many problems that we wouldn't have encountered until we came before this. So I think it's like a good learning experience overall.
And when it comes to team collaboration, I know that is also an important factor of this competition. Have you guys had lots of arguments?
I would say the thing for us is that two of us, me and one of my teammates, we live next to each other. So while building it, most of us we just came to each other's house and built it because the others were far away. So in that part, we thought that was the commitment and the work in it was not so spread out. But then we got it done in the end. So
now stronger bonds between you guys, stronger friendship. Am I right?
Yeah, that's true. Like before this competition, many of us were strangers, though we were in the same school. But you know, coming together and working on this project together has just strengthened that bond between students going through the same thing, going through the same challenges and overcoming them together.
That should be a testimony that we should put on the website for 4x4. Well done, guys, and best of luck for the toe bar challenge. A very nerve-wracking experience. But now let's go back to the track where we can catch up with some other teams. I know they're getting briefed, and I know I cannot disturb them, but there is so much going on down here. Ooh, and I'm looking at a pink car at the start line of Terrain Challenge Stage 2. If we can get a close-up of that car design, and then we can start asking them a lot of questions after that. Now they're getting into positions for Terrain Stage 2, one of the most difficult and challenging parts of this 4x4's challenge. Let's go grab a quick word. Of course, I'm not disturbing any of the drivers or the navigators. Strict instructions not to do so. But hi guys, how are you feeling today?
Nervous, but still we're having fun.
Still having fun, that's the motto. So can you explain to me your car design? Because it really caught my eye. I've never seen a pink tire car. I love the design. Who came up with that?
We can speak to our design manufacturer.
Design manufacturers? Okay, what's your name?
I'm Reva.
How are you?
I'm actually pretty great today, yeah.
And so what was the inspiration behind the car? If we can get a close-up on that car, on that track, if possible, looking back, the camera will swap anytime soon. There we go. That's a good angle of that car. So what was the inspiration, design, aesthetics, and idea behind that?
The inspiration behind the shell of the vehicle was an eggshell. It just struck me randomly when I was making breakfast one morning. I looked at an egg, and it cracked really weirdly. It cracked in half down the middle. And I thought, you know what, that's a good shape. So we just used it.
I think I've been in 4x4. I've heard like lots of experience and lots of team identities and history, but I've never heard an egg being an inspiration for a car. That's a very interesting concept. And what about the colors? Why did you go with such bright colors?
To match with the wheel, actually, because our wheel ended up being pink, as you can see. So we were like, what if we tried hydro dipping and get that amazing swirl pattern to come on our hood as well? And that's how it turned out to be this black and pink color.
Well, why was it pink? Was it intentional or accidental? You just got pink wheels and you're like, we got to make do with what we have.
It was kind of accidental, but also kind of intentional. We intended the wheels to be red and white, but the dye was pink tone instead of orange tone, so we ended up with pink and white wheels.
I think this is my favorite car, personally. I love the design of it. And what about the engineering part of the car? Has it been difficult when it comes to engineering and programming this car?
Yeah, well, the tow bar doesn't work.
Oh, okay, but there's some like hope, right? Oh, okay. I just got a yeah, sure. But you guys still got to like this challenge, and that's crazy. And it's the hard work and effort that goes into this is impressive. And at least the car is still moving. That's yeah.
The car works. Yeah.
If you saw my designing skills and my engineering skills, the car would be parked and not even light up. But besides that, what has been the most challenging part of the programming and coding part of 4x4s?
I mean, last year, Repton had the winning team, so I can't lie. We just used last year's code.
Oh, I cannot say that on the live stream. Anyone else who wants to...
It's efficient and recycling. Yeah, it's time efficient. Yeah.
We made a few innovations along the way, let's put it that way.
That's how you say it. Okay, what innovations have you put on the way?
So I was the manufacturing engineer for the car, and our wheels are sort of an innovation on last year's wheels. Our size was reduced, and the material for the tires was changed to more grip, a better grip for silicone. We kept the same silicone idea. We changed our mix and changed our grip design, and it turned out really great. Our wheels have been the best part of today, I have to say. No other car seems to have unique wheels and unique tires.
I haven't seen a pink car either, so you are winning when it comes to car aesthetics. Well done, guys.
Thank you. Well, as you know, the Barbie movie's coming out. It's kept the same aesthetic throughout.
Okay, so you're just hyping up the Barbie movie, free promotion.
Maybe Greta Gerwig's gonna notice this one.
Hopefully you get like free tickets to the premiere. Let's see and let's hope for that. Best of luck for the rest of the competition. I will stop disturbing them and go back to terrain stage 1 where we see some very focused students. How are we feeling today? Tech dominators.
Yeah, we are feeling very good for this section. We are expecting a lot of points here, even though one of our components are failed.
It's okay. Things fail, cones get knocked off. That's the whole experience of 4x4. But have you been enjoying yourself in this competition?
Yeah, I'm actually really excited because I know that he might be able to like clutch up the competition. He's very experienced with RC cars, so he might be able to pull it off. We might be able to pull off a few more points here, depending on how they drive and depending on how the car acts. But now we can just hope for the best.
Hope for the best. And how long have you been working on 4x4's challenge?
Since the printer was ready.
Since the printer was ready, give me a timeline. Estimated like few weeks, few months, few years?
It's like few weeks.
Okay, and how did your team come together? Are you guys schoolmates, friends, what?
We are actually schoolmates, and after we got selected by the mentor and all, they told us that we were getting together. So we had learning experience. So one of our lead coders has taught us about a little bit of C++, and a little bit of Java. He even teach us a little bit of coding and a little bit 3D making.
We actually got selected randomly. When the competition happened, we got selected randomly. So when we already met each other, we already decided that, okay, fine, we had to work our best. We already coordinated our roles to coder, designer, co-designer, documenter. We already coordinated all of our roles. Yeah.
And how did you decide who gets what role? Was there a team leader that delegated, or how did this process happen?
One of my friends, who's actually currently operating the car, he's actually my classmate. So immediately he said, I'm good at designing. He said, I'm good at designing. He's doing documenting, and he has good leadership quality. So he became the leader by automatic. he said he volunteered to be co-designer. He's also pretty good co-designer. He's actually the reason of our T-shirts. Now, coder, we actually wasn't originally planning on Mahir being the coder, but in the end, he actually proved useful in coding. No, sorry, I didn't hear like.
The way you're like he was useful in the end. Like he actually had some values. Love that.
Not like that, but originally he was actually planning on like coming in some other category, but he actually became a really good asset. He became really good at coding. He wired everything like perfectly.
And did you guys use the template code, or did you make your own code when it came to this 4x4's competition?
I think we worked off the template code. Like we used the template code as a base, and then we just kept working on it until it became like ours. We can call it ours.
Okay, and are you nervous? What are you most nervous about? Which element of the track?
I'm actually pretty nervous about this thing. The ramp.
The ramp. Okay. Best of luck, guys. Lots to do, lots to see, and lots to go through obstacles. But best of luck. Wish you all the best, and we'll catch up with you later. Thank you. It's been a long day. Aisha, on your side, anything going on? Anything interesting that you found on your end?
Yeah, I've been walking through some of these pit displays, and they can really showcase all the kinds of different things they've done, especially with the car body designs, because as I'm sure you've seen, sometimes the car body does get stuck on the wheels. Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see how people, or where they get their inspiration from. Sometimes they take inspiration from newly built cars like a G-Wagon or a Land Rover. Other times they think of space and thinking about, extraterrestrial rovers. So
it's crazy to see where these design inspirations from. I heard back then some team was inspired by an egg, a cracked egg. Very interesting things. I am excited to see more about where the team history comes into play and their inspirations. But I am just amazed by the bit displays here. We're at the Team Clutch. Team Clutch. Oh, see, I've been lucky enough to have them around. How are you guys feeling?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm very good. Thank you for asking. So how you've done your races? Not races. I'm sorry, obstacle courses. But overall happy with the obstacle course?
We're happy with the trailer course, but then we feel like we could have done better in the other two courses. But we're happy. Now we're focusing on the verbals and the rest of the stuff.
See, I am helping you practice for verbals. I am literally questioning you guys, ready to get for verbals. In your verbal presentation, what do you guys talk about?
Well, we talk about the various innovations and like what we're planning for the future. And because we are in the rookie league, we have a lot of restrictions, and we also showcase our future plans in case we get promoted to the professional division.
That's great, and I am just amazed by their pit display. Even Aisha is so intrigued in it. So, who came up with this pit display design?
It was mainly our finance manager, Lionel D'Souza, and then even our marketing manager helped a lot in it. And the majority of us actually worked together in it to like come up with all of this. And together, here it is, the final product.
And what is your favorite part of this whole pit display? Do you have an element that makes you say, I love that, I'm proud of that? Because for me, I love the rotating car. It just looks so sleek, so nice, and really shows off your car. So what is your favorite element for pit display?
Thank you so much for that first. And then according to me, I feel like the monitor first, like that's the highlighting part. And then on top of that, the rocks and the grass like emphasizes about our off-road capabilities and all of that. And even our merch and, the overall design about how we got everything custom made. And, we're trying to promote like creativity and all of that and innovations into our pit display itself.
Very well done. And also, what about you, young man? What's your favorite part?
Well, similar to Akhil, but then I also I had the idea of the rotating display. We were supposed to have the original car over there. Unfortunately, it was too big. We couldn't fit it, but then we managed to get another shell. So, yeah.
I see this shell does not have the zip ties on it. Yeah, but it still looks very nice. The zip ties add some personality to it, right?
They do.
Very well done. And then we'll come back to you guys later. Best of luck for your verbal presentations and other elements.
Actually, just a quick question to you guys. I was so engrossed with your pit display, and I noticed that you mentioned you have a key card for unlocking the car. So who's going to be, stealing the car? A squirrel?
Well, this is more of like future innovation. Like we've implemented that feature into this car in like visions of implementing this into our future 4x4 vehicle, where we would like it's more of like an innovation where it's like more of an influence, and you get what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Yasin Schools is more about educating the students on how to make the future car, how to build the cars of the future, the vehicles of the future, the things that transport us and enable mobility. It's not just an RC car, it's actually much more than that.
And I assume you would go again and go to the professional category. Would you then implement these kinds of innovations?
Yeah, so if we go into the professional category, I mean, even before this, we were actually thinking about changing the suspension, changing the wheels, and we wanted to expand our team identity and the information we have, even the portfolio and our pit display in general, way more to the professional category. But then due to the rookie, we were restrained.
Well, I hope to see you again next year, and I'm looking forward to all those innovations you're talking about. Thank you.
And Aisha, going back to this area, I'm at a different pit display. I'm just impressed by the pit displays around here. There is so many creativity when it comes to the team identity and promoting that. I am with Team Trackus. How are you guys feeling today?
Doing great, how are you?
I'm great. See, Aisha, they're so lovely. Everyone's asking me about my day. It's been great being here at 4x4 Challenge, seeing these amazing students bring creativity to the table. But talk to me about your pit display. What elements make up your team and your pit display? Okay, who do I talk to? Who's the expert? Hello, what's your name?
So the pit display is actually made of three main components. We have the sideboard, the left sideboard, and the main display here. But it is a bit of an issue, so we had to improvise in the last moment. So the main components, we have the back over here, the displays, our podium, which involves our merch, and one of the car shells, we 3D printed it down, so as to fit it over there.
I was just gonna say, that looks a bit too small to go on the track.
Yeah, it is a bit too small. We made it smaller because originally it was way bigger, around that size, so it wasn't able to fit. So we scaled it down and reprinted it again.
And I'm seeing, oh God, please someone explain to me what's going on here. What is that?
It's a telemetry data. It's the data coming from all the sensors. We have compiled it and we're pasting it here. It will also come to the app once it's connected.
Okay, and the app, can I get a quick look at the app? If we can get a closer look, someone who can explain the design behind the app.
So we had a first cover page, we had a first page over there, and then we have like three options wherein we're integrating the camera, the telemetry, and the tow bar. So the tow bar was used in the challenge, so we connected Bluetooth, and then we have three options for the angle of the tow bar as well. And we integrated a voice control feature as well, so when you say the up and down, it goes up and down.
That is amazing. So it can recognize anyone's voice. It's like
anyone's voice.
If I say anything.
Yeah, you can say down.
Down? Oh, see? Sometimes Google just does not pick up with my voice. I think I have a weird accent or something. Google just does not like me.
Well, you can just try again. Say down.
Down? Google doesn't like you too? Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. But in this competition, who has been the biggest supporter for you guys and been rooting? You're pointing at one team member, is that it?
No, he was the major support because we had faced several issues with the designing of the shell. I mean, he was the one who helped design almost 3 shells, and the first 2 had issues because of there was no proper you couldn't assemble it properly. So he was the one who could finally design the shell, which perfectly fits the car. And plus we have Adi, Joel, and Ayushman. Ayushman was working on the marketing, so he was the one who could actually list out all the finances, make he made an Excel sheet of all that. All the expenses that we have made. Then Adi and me, we worked on the Arduino coding. So we have made
Let's go here.
Out here. So as you can see our logo on the camera. Yeah. It's better you come here as well.
Okay, let me just move around. Here we go.
As you can see, we have an LED matrix. This displays our logo. And then we have an ultrasonic sensor. So like anything that's placed within a 10 centimeter radius, you have like you have an image that alerts the user, the driver, that there's something behind, And here we have our LED matrix, which is like a compulsory innovation. So as you can see, I cover the LED matrix and then both the LEDs glow up. So
we have another innovation over there with the water sensor. As you can see, it's supposed to sense moisture. If you have your hands already have moisture, so if you touch it, the lights will turn blue. I'll turn off instantly. So this was for the water level challenge. We have implemented in both the car, and we have showing a working sample here.
And see, I've heard like mixing electricity and water is a bad idea, but you guys managed to do it safely, right? Hopefully. And when it came to finances, who was the finance manager? Okay, now this is the questions I'm going to be grilling you with. How was finances when it comes to 4x4? You're like stressed. Oh my God.
It was just stress, honestly. Like managing all the expenses, everyone, and firstly sponsors, asking them, and just approaching them was just a big task enough. And then managing all the tasks and how much we spend, how we have to keep it in a budget so we don't spend too much. Don't go
And
broke.
which aspect of the competition was overspending? You're like, calm down. We need to spend less money on this. Where were you telling the team to stop?
Honestly, the shell and the pit display. The pit display was a major part though.
And getting sponsors, you got some pretty big name right there as a sponsor. How did you get that?
Honestly, I have to give big props to the interns and the mentors. They helped us talk to them. Obviously, without them, none of this would have happened. Honestly, we didn't know how to talk to them at first, of course. And then we talked. All the teammates we sent mails, went to the headquarters, talked to them, just worked it out. Hopefully.
Now you're officially salesman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's great to hear. Well done, guys. Amazing interviewing skills, by the way. I really enjoyed talking to you guys. We'll catch up with you guys later. Best of luck with your other components. There is so much going on down here at the YAS Conference Center. Do be sure to use the YAS in Schools hashtag and post on Instagram, and we'll be checking up on that later. Me and Aisha are going to go for another walk and trying to find some more pit displays to see what we can look at.
So much you showing me, shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be. And I do not care if you notice me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over beats, 808. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. Beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. It's a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option.
And coming back to the track, I'm at the tow bar challenge with a special guest. Jose, how are you feeling today?
Very good.
And how has the experience been in 4x4? It's quite different from F1 in schools, but more challenging. What have you been seeing so far?
Exactly. It's much more complicated. The cars need to hook the trailer, do the drill, and park it back. And so far, out of around 10 teams, only 4 completed.
Only 4?
To be honest, 2 of them did it excellent. Really nice.
So it is complicated than just hitching a tow bar on thing. It gets very complicated. These cars are so intricately designed to get there. But do they knock a few cones? What have you been seeing that's been not working out for them in this challenge?
Some of them are having issues to connect the Bluetooth system to activate the tow bar. But some of them, as I said before, they did it very well. Some hooks broke because they are made out of plastic. But so far it's very nice, very interesting. I think very fun for the students.
And you've been in 4x4s for quite some time. You've always been helping out, always there for Yasin schools. So how has the competition grown since last year?
Last year I remember we had only 13 teams, and this year we went up to 33. So the championship is growing. It's excellent.
It's great to see this. It's great STEM learning is being pushed into older kids as well, university students. And it's been a great growth for STEM learning. Thank you, Jose, for your time. I'm not taking more of your time because I know you have to brief these students, and see you later. And there's so much going down. Maybe we can catch a quick interview. How are you guys today?
Pretty good, I guess, if the tow bar challenge did not happen, because it did not really go that well, but well, it's results. We can't really, determine what would happen, and unless we do have the or we are able to demonstrate the reality beforehand, we can't really expect anything, honestly. So.
And have you guys gotten a chance to practice before coming to this competition for tow bar?
Honestly, no. We had our exams, even with staybacks, it was like really hard to manage. We were honestly busy with mainly programming and getting our things actually ready for the program. So practicing was really not the first thing we had on our list.
But time management is a big thing of this competition. How have you guys time managed with schoolwork, with exams, with the 4x4s?
It was hard, but we had to.
We just had to. So, I know it's been a difficult challenge, but you guys are here. Happy with your project outcome?
I mean, optimistic.
And what are you not looking forward to? Which stage, which terrain, which element on the track?
The water bit, we're not sure because the wires might interfere, so we're not actually sure if it'll work out fine.
I will be sure to be on your team when you guys are going through that water bath, because I live for the drama, guys. I want to see cars see what happens with those cars. But overall, enjoy your experience with 4x4.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, best of luck with tow bar. If we can just get a quick look on that tow bar car. Wow, I'm losing my words. On that car, because I see something very interesting. What is that black thing that's just on top of the car?
Actually, that's not our car. Yeah, our car.
My bad. You're in the black box. This is the black box. Okay. Then I will quickly shift over to this team. You're the one with the black box on the car?
Yes.
And what is that black box?
It's basically the foundation for the body.
It's a power bank.
It's a foundation for the body, aka a power bank.
It's a power bank. So with the regular battery, we weren't getting enough power, so we resorted to a power bank to actually solve that issue. So we decided to keep it on top, since if we had kept it at bottom, there was a water course. So that would have actually affected the electricity and could have caused a short circuit.
And a power bank on top. What happens if that power bank runs out of energy? Then what?
It's a 10,000 amp power amp, so it won't. I don't think it will run out of power.
Well, guys, if you do finish your 3 stages of 4x4, then can I use that power bank to charge my phone afterwards?
Sure.
Best of luck, guys. Well done. And I'll catch up with you guys after you do your tow bar. And let's see if that power bank comes to your use. Well done, guys. Aisha, I know you're with a special guest right now. Can you talk to me more about who you're with?
Yeah, you actually did not catch me off guard this time. I'm here with a teacher supporting one of the teams. So could you introduce yourselves and who you're supporting here?
Hi, good afternoon. This is me, Miss Manal Suwadi from ADNOC School Sas Nakhal. I came with my team, Hilux team. I supported them. Thank you for inviting us and participating in this competition.
And as a teacher, what's the work ethic at the school? How much effort did your students put into this?
To be honest, this competition, I found it a very nice competition and a very nice opportunity for students to show their learning and their development. As a teacher, I shocked when I saw my students, how they think together, how they collaborate, how they communicate, how they fix the electricity, working on the codes, working in the designing. It's a very nice competition for them. As a teacher, how I support them, just I guide them to the competition. I give them like introduction about it. I give them the guidelines that you shared with us. It was very helpful and clear for them. And just I give them the guides, the videos, the website. They read it and they understand everything. They work together.
And are you like a design and technology teacher, a computer science teacher?
I am head of IT department and computer science teacher.
So were you able to help them with any coding issues they might have?
Again, excuse me.
Oh, sorry. Were you able to help them with any coding issues, or did you leave them to figure it out?
Hello. For coding, we taught them coding in the school, اللي هو basics in their subjects and their computer science classes. They try to apply what we learned in the classroom in this competition. They faced some small problems. We help them, we guide them, but by the end, they did everything by themselves.
So is it safe to say they're a very independent team?
Yeah, independent team. They applied everything they learned in the school. They applied in this competition.
And were you able to see any support from their parents as well?
Of course, the parents, they support their kids a lot because they allow them to go, for example, we attended here for the opening ceremony. They allow them to gather together outside the school sometimes to work together and fix everything. Also, they help them in the printing the posters, printing the roll-ups, the guides, the engineering books. They were so helpful.
And so are you hoping they'll win?
I hope they win. Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your insight of a teacher. I guess we'll have a little more overview of the track from now.
And we can go back to my side, Aisha. I keep on finding victims to start grilling with questions. Hi guys, how are you feeling today?
Nervous.
Is everyone nervous? Nobody's excited?
Very excited too.
We're really excited.
Wait, I'm gonna, whoop. Okay, I'm on your side now. So how has the competition been so far? Challenging, difficult, exciting, nervous?
It's been challenging. Yeah, we had some obstacles while judging. Yeah.
And is this the most scariest part of the challenge, the track side?
Too scary. The wire bridge is way too nervous.
I know, the pressure here is intense. I'm just trying to enter to, liven things up, make everyone less stressed, and maybe calm down few people's blood pressures. But what other aspects have you already done? Have you done your verbal presentation yet? And how did that go?
It went pretty well.
Practice a lot for that verbal presentation?
Yeah. Yes.
I've been giving training to everyone, interviewing them and grilling them with questions to prepare for verbal presentations. But which side of this track are you most nervous about?
This one, the trailer.
The tow bar challenge. But what about terrain stage 2? Because I've seen some very intricate elements on that. Not scary?
The wire bridge is quite scary, to be honest.
And how long have you been working as a team on this project together?
3-4 months.
3-4 months, okay. And were you guys classmates, friends, enemies? What is the team history behind this?
We are actually friends from previous competitions also. So we are teammates from many different competitions. And right now in school, we are also side-by-side classes.
So no team arguments broke you guys up. You're still friends, right?
Yeah.
And how does 4x4 differ to other school competitions? What does this competition do that other competitions you haven't seen yet?
No competition gives you an RC car, so.
Fair enough. Yeah, but now you guys are more confident in designing cars. You're in developmental, am I right?
Yes.
And coming back next year in professional ranks, coming back in university ranks. Any thoughts on those?
Hopefully in the future we'll.
I don't want a hopefully. I want a yes for sure. I'm making a list of people I want to see next year, and I better see you guys, okay? Team Off Center. Also, I just love the name. Where did that name inspiration come from? Okay, Off Center. Do you want to be off centered or do you want to be on center? Please explain.
Unconventional, unusual. So everyone does the same thing. Like you see Apple, Nike, they all got success from doing something different. So in off center, first of all, you had to ask a question. Normally, other team names, you don't get a question to be asked.
So you got a special question from me. You guys feel special, yeah? That's good. And also, if we can just zoom into the logo, who designed that logo? We have lots of so you all are designers. Did you guys have to delegate specific roles, or did you guys all work together for all aspects?
Roles for namesake, but all of us did a mix of everything.
And what was the thought process behind the logo?
So in the logo, you can see the circle's a bit off center, you know. Normally you want it in the center. So that was basically the main idea, I guess.
And why did you go with the blue color, blue and white and black colors?
I mean, it was a color that we all liked, and blue was a common color we all liked. So we just went for it.
Okay, it looks very nice. I'm waiting for my uniform to be delivered in the parcel because I really like that, and well done. And also, when it comes to team identity, how important is branding in 4x4 challenge? Oh, I know I'm asking, like, I'm putting you guys on the spot, but branding, team identity, making that marketing side also happen, how important of it is it in this competition?
It's important to showcase who we are and what we are and why the car design. If you see our car design, it's quite peculiar. It's not normal, so as a result, off-center is being reflected everywhere. And even tow bar is not a regular one, it is one we modified. And having off-center as a brand is very important. You should show them why you're here and why you have to be innovative.
I think your team name and your team identity is going to be going to last an impression on me. And I know I keep on coming towards this side and trying to ask him a question, and he keeps on taking a step back. Would you like to take a step forward this time? What's your name?
Meet.
And what have you been doing for this team?
I was a graphic designer for his team.
And graphic design entails what aspects have you designed? The pit display, portfolios, the presentation? What has been your job?
Well, I have given different car models, and also I've also contributed in making the portfolio, and also designing this pit display. But it was more, I was new to this pretty much, so they helped me a lot for this also.
That's very nice. Well done. See, like, am I that scary that you're like taking a step back? It's like, no, can't get closer. Am I that scary?
No, you're not scared.
That makes me feel better. Well, best of luck to your side of the thing. We'll catch up with what's happening on the track, what's happening in the bit displays in a little while. But let's just wish everyone a best of luck and get back to you soon. so much drama happening on the track, and I am back with Team Off Center. Team Off Center, this was a challenge you were scared of. Feeling much confident now that you're in the black box of doom?
Yeah, we are being afraid. It's a bit messed up. So yeah.
But I did get word from the judges, which I shouldn't be saying, but he told me that there was a very unique innovation when it comes to your hook. Can you explain what that innovation is?
Yeah, we had a unique innovation. It could move left and right as well, but the needle was a bit messed up. It was too thin, so it could not get attached. And while moving, it shaked and it messed up. Yeah.
But still, that innovation part you should be so proud of. Where did that inspiration come from? Did you guys just look at previous 4x4 cars and realize there's some restrictions when it comes to the hook?
Where we took inspiration from?
Yeah, so we wanted to get an innovative approach instead of the standard one, and we thought which is the easiest way to locate the needle. So we decided to change it.
Okay. And besides those innovations, do you have any other innovations in your car that you are very proud of, that you worked hard towards?
LED light strip, you can see being activated now. It gives you a pretty cool startup animation.
And besides that, what has been the most complicated part of designing this car?
The tow bar.
Even with the tow bar, you guys done a great job, because I've never seen this innovation in other 4x4 cars. So well done, guys, and best of luck. I'll leave you to it. If we can cross over to stage 2 of the terrain, because that's where the most difficult part happens and most of the drama. I think there is a team coming soon. They're taking a small break. Maybe if we can cross. Ooh. I think I just saw drama happen on the track. Okay, crossing word with the team. Team, how are you? Team, what's your team name?
Vulcan.
Vulcan. What happened when it came to the...
Became a big problem, the mass. Like, we later on found out that the batteries are not working as it's supposed to, so we kept the power bank on top. So the mass, the whole thing got messed up.
And that's a learning experience for future.
Yeah, we think in the positive way, not the negative way. Understand, learn, that's the thing.
And then come back
come
better.
Back next year, yeah.
I better see you guys next year. And besides that, what has gone well for you guys when it comes to the car?
Basically, what went well was that LDR was working. Whatever we did, it is working functionally. But the thing is that we were a bit disorganized in our process, and I think that's why that's what cost us in this. So I think next year, hopefully, we learn from our mistakes and try to do better.
Okay, and tow bar challenge, so that went good?
That went well, yeah.
See, the tow bar challenge, I've gotten, I was talking to the judges behind the camera, and they kept on telling me the tow bar challenge has been a challenge that most teams haven't successfully done. So you should be proud of that, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of. Have some, I like the modesty, but have some confidence in yourself. And now going on towards the other challenges, are you ready for terrain stage 2?
First, from what we saw in this stage, I think we need to improve a bit more. So we just learned from this what went wrong. So for the next stage, we should use what we have learned from this and try to control ourselves, stop being impulsive while driving. That's what we should do.
Very well said, and very well reflected on. It does take a lot of skills to understand and evaluate, but keep up the positive thing. You guys are here. You guys made a car. Yeah, that's an achievement by itself. Best of luck, guys. And let's just keep on looking down at the track for terrain stage 2. If we can get a camera looking at for the down exit ramp. Ooh. No cones touched. That's a very good thing. And they are in the finish line. That's very good to see. Overall, happy?
Yeah, we are happy.
See, that's the spirit. You have been the most positive out of everyone. So I love the positivity.
Yeah.
And how do you keep positive throughout the challenge? I know some teams lose morale, some teams become pessimistic, but how do you keep that spirit?
I don't know. From the childhood itself, I'm just so positive in everything. I find the good in everything.
And what about the rest of your team? Are you like that too?
Basically, all of our friends from childhood. we are beginners in this. So if we know that we are not going to do well, but it's fun. We are here for fun, and it's fun. So I guess that's what's driving us to do better.
That's great to hear. That's great to hear. And also, I also want a quick word from you. So, overall, happy with the challenge?
It's a good learning experience. We can understand like the mistakes that we have done, and then depending on that, we can fix it for the next time if we come.
And what has been the biggest learning curve besides the engineering part? Because you guys can say a lot of engineering terms, and I would just nod my head and say, yes, I definitely know what that is. But what else have you learned?
It's mostly in the electronics that we need to try our best to make it as compact and as like able to fit into the car. That is the one thing we will.
Very good, very good. I know I am stopping you from going to your second stage of terrain, so you take a step there, and then best of luck for the rest of the things. Now off center. Again, I keep on seeing you guys. It's like, am I lucky? I'm a lucky person to keep on bumping into you guys. Ready for this challenge?
We're ready. We are ready for it, yeah? Let's do it.
Yeah, like the positivity and like the determination. Again, it's been a long day, lots of activities, verbal presentation finished. What about your other components? Your pit display judging, your portfolio all submitted?
Pit display, I don't think we.
Oh, pit display does not get judged. My bad. I think I need these experts around me because I'm constantly losing my mind. But besides that, you've learned a lot from this competition. Had fun?
Yeah. We had a lot of fun. We got to learn so many things. Like we had to make that linear movement, and it's quite challenging. But I'd say it's a very good experience.
And recommending this to other people in your school, your friends, and people out there watching the live stream right now?
We will recommend in a school after we go on later, yeah?
Truly celebrities when you go back to school. You're going to be walking in with some sunglasses and lots of people asking for your autographs. Well done, guys. And now we can just take a quick breather and then come back to the track when the drama happens.
Hi, I'm back with some other contestants here. I'm with Madina Zayed Al Dafra. So, can you explain to me what that name is actually?
We chose this name to represent where we came from. It's Medina Zaid, Western region, which is like maybe 1.5 hours from Abu Dhabi. So we came here to compete. So yeah, that's why we chose our name, Medina Zaid Al Dhafra.
And can you introduce yourselves to me?
My name is Dana, and my teammates Mahra and Fatma.
So you've come quite a long way. Are you confident in your ability to compete well today?
Yes, actually, this is our second year participating. Same girls, same team, and yeah, we're so confident.
Wow, you guys are really sticking well together. What changes have you made to your car from last time to this time?
Actually, this time we did the model as you see here, but unfortunately we couldn't make it because of the time, because of the exams and whatever. So we couldn't make kit for the what it's called the modern, the cover car. So what we did is this time we added some LED lights. Last time we didn't have, and we balanced the cars. And we did because last time we faced how many technical issues, but this time we did it good, better.
So this time you're just focusing on the electronics in the car?
Yes, because last time we had little technical issues, but this time we're sure and we're confident to lead.
And I see you're an all-girls team. So are you trying to promote women in STEM?
Yes.
Have you all considered having careers in STEM as well?
Yes, yeah.
And actually, what grade are you guys in?
I'm 11th grade, going to 12. They are 9. Going.
So would you consider coming back again and again, even into university?
Yes, 100% sure, because these competitions will help me in my career at university, because I want to study artificial intelligence engineering. So this helped me a lot, because I'm also interested in these things, and I like this kind of things. So yeah.
Have any of you guys had the chance to practice at your school using the car and navigating?
Actually, yes. We have the same trail at school. Before coming here, we kept practicing, and we had some issues turning around, going up, going down. But thankfully, we did it, and we came here and we're confident what we'll do, and we'll do our best.
And I'm sure you heard Jose mention that a lot of the teams have had trouble with their tow bar. Are you confident that'll work?
Yes, because last time it worked, and this time we're confident, and yeah.
Yeah, I actually haven't heard much from you. Do you have anything to add?
Talk about the car.
We worked together to fix the car, the wires and everything. We didn't work separate. We worked as a team. Also for the logo, we had 3 designs, and we kept asking each other about the design until we got the final design. Also, as a team name, we got so many ideas. Then we got the last team name, and the team colors. It was red, white, and black. We chose these colors from the UAE flag and about their meanings, and that's all.
Can either of you take me through the electronics on your car? Can either of you take me through what kind of electronics you have on the car, and how they come together and what they do?
Okay. We used a range of electrons to ensure the success of our designed car. Some of the materials we used are Ardon platform, programmable control, board, servo and buzzer, gyroscope, Bluetooth module, and LEDs, wiring harness, and more useful bits.
And do you guys have any sponsors? No? Okay. Well, I guess in that case, that'll be all. Thank you for giving me some of your time. It was great to see, an Emirati all-girls team, and I hope you guys go far. But having said that, I think Zara also has some interviews down in another side of the... Oh, right here. Hi
See,
there.
I've been following you everywhere, Aisha. There is so much going down in the YAS Conference Center. I've been seeing people on the simulators. I've been seeing the chill zone. I've been checking everything out. I just wish that I can be one of these students right here. But I did snag a special team with me. Hi, what's your team name?
Velocity Vortex.
Velocity Vortex. How are you guys today?
Fine, I guess.
Fine? Fine, I guess. I've been getting those answers all day and I'm like, I am not accepting those answers. It's either you're great, amazing, phenomenal, nervous, I understand.
We have nervous basically.
It's okay to be nervous. I am the most chill presenter here. I'm the cool one. Sorry, Aisha. But I'm here to ask you a few questions about your team history and how you guys came together. How are you guys, did you form this team? Are you friends, schoolmates, childhood friends?
We are classmates.
Classmates. Ooh, okay. Did you guys get along at first or some team arguments happened on the way?
Team arguments, but we have overcome the team arguments and all. So we are together basically now.
No arguments today, right?
No arguments.
That's good, that's good. Okay, let's go to this side. Guys, I'm not scary. Again, I'm the cool presenter. That's what I've been trying to tell myself, or at least gaslight myself to say. But come closer. How are you guys today?
Fine.
Fine? Did you say fine? Like maybe 2 minutes ago, I'm like, not accepting fines. But like, all good? Have you gone on the race yet?
Not yet.
So worried about that?
No.
Not worried. Okay, so this is when you say I'm fine, all good. But
All we need is confidence. So confidence leads to success. So that's
okay, would you like to take a step forward? So what was your role on the team?
I was a designer. I was designing the car with them. I just gave a help.
And you were the assistant designer or both co-designers?
We were designing the car together.
And how long did it take you to make this car?
It took like 1 month to make the car. Yeah.
And did you have any experience with coding before this, or you're brand new to it? So the coder is here. Okay, take a step forward. What's your name?
Jeremiah.
Nice to meet you, Jeremiah. How was coding? Is it been a difficult process? You learn more about coding because of this competition?
No, I knew it long before I came to this program.
A coding expert, is that what I'm going to call you now? Just a coding genius. Wait. So when it came to coding, how does the coding work? You need to explain coding to a very dumb person right here. Please explain in simple terms, if you can. How does the coding work in the car?
Like the code controls the car to move forward and lights up the headlights when it's dark and stuff.
And I do recall that on the diagonal ramp, I know I'm giving my own names to those components, but they should have a beeping noise, is that right?
Yeah.
And you're able to code that? Ooh, okay. So not the genius coder, but you're getting there. One day I'm going to see you on the headlines for newspapers for genius coder. Let's go back to your pit display. I see lots of elements here, but I see this box, which intrigues me with different colors, different little things. What is this box?
It's a starter kit for the car which we are making. It helps us to create the tow bar and the LED lights and the Bluetooth connection, etc.
And what is the most difficult part of making this car? Which element?
I guess it's Arduino chip. So to connect the Arduino chip is the most difficult part of it. So in the body, suspension, everything is ready. Now the chip the work is going on, process is done, going on.
Okay, I know you guys were like mendling and just fixing those last minute adjustments, and I came and I begged them for an interview because I really wanted to meet Velocity Vortex. But overall, enjoy the competition?
Yes, actually yes.
And coming back next year?
Of course.
Now that's the answer I'm looking for. Before with fines, okay, maybes to yes, that's the firm answers I'm looking for. Well done, team. Best of luck for your obstacle courses. And who has been the biggest support? Anyone you want to give a shout out to on the live stream?
Our teachers who have helped us during this competition. So big shout out to them.
Big shout out to all the teachers, all the professors, all the mentors that are helping these students be here today. Best of luck, guys. And your parents?
Yes, our parents also helped us a lot to get the products, the 3D printed things. They were the ones with us.
Shout out to those parents as well. Have you checked out the simulators yet?
Yeah, of course. We enjoyed it.
That's the best part of the competition, right?
Yes.
Me too. I'm going to go head over to that simulator. We'll be back in a short while with some more information about what's going on down at Yas Marina Circuit, Yas Conference Center. back with Team Helix. One of our last interviews before we go on a lunch break, there will be a lunch break for me and Aisha to get some coffees in our system, some naps, and also just to keep up with excitement of what's coming down on the YAS Conference Center. We've had a thrilling morning meeting so many different teams, interacting with them at their pit displays, seeing them at the obstacle course, and even meeting judges. How has the morning been for you, Aisha?
It's been action-packed, to be honest. Always have it going oh my gosh, sorry.
We're both losing our English. We both need those coffees soon.
They always have something going on the tracks, and it's really great to see like an up close of that and see teams come over, oh my gosh, overcome all the last minute problems they may need to fix.
And I'm here with Team Helix. You did an interview earlier on at their pit display, but Team Helix, how has your morning been?
Stressful, but I think we're coping very good, and we just let's hope for the best.
Stressful it is. I think I've aged a few years just thinking about all the intricacies, all the design concepts that go into 4x4, but overall happy?
Yeah, we're overall happy with everything we've accomplished. We faced a lot of last-minute issues, but we're still trying to overcome them.
See, I am a very, gossip person. I like to know about what's happening in the team drama. What is those last-minute issues?
So basically, we have a problem with the kit, the cover. So it's too high for the tunnel, and it's above the limit.
By 4 centimeters. It's above the limit by 4 centimeters. So I think the solution we came up till now is to decrease it, cut it from down, and add 2 more holes. So we try to make it stabilize it better.
So you're deconstructing your car.
Yeah, the body. We deconstruct the body. Yeah.
Stressful, last-minute stresses. But how did you figure out that it's a bit too high? Did you guys talk to someone or what?
We did talk to the judges, and they were kind enough to let us measure with the car, the height and the width. And then...
Yeah, unfortunately, it was too high, so we had to reconsider.
Time to bribe the judges with coffees, donuts, all the secrets. And now to your side to get some reaction from them, Aisha.
So how long do you think it'll take to make this fix? Because you guys do have your driving test coming up, don't you?
Yeah, so I think it's just a simple fix, maximum like an hour, so we should be good. And we also have another problem with the gyroscope. Sometimes malfunctions, so I have no idea what's wrong. So it should be within an hour, everything is done, and having some lunch because I really need it.
Yeah, but these changes won't, impact any other aspects of your scrutineering, will it?
They shouldn't, because it's just like the case and it's not really attached to anything inside except for it to be stabilized. So hopefully within an hour everything should be fixed.
And you think after this fix you'll do well on the track?
Hopefully. We never know until we try it.
Okay, well, I guess that's kind of it.
Lots of happening down at the YAS Conference Center. Remember, if you are posting on Instagram, to use the hashtag YAS in Schools, Thrills and Skills, and follow us on Instagram, and even comment on this live stream of who you're rooting for. Lots to come. Are you ready, Aisha?
Oh yeah, we still have another afternoon session packed with more drama, as you always like to indulge yourself in. More pit display interviews, hopefully, getting to know more teachers and other contestants. And I guess we'll catch you after the break.
See you soon.
get it, you know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on a what? Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts.
We are back on day 5 of Yasin Schools. We are here at the 4x4 competition, and we've had our coffee breaks, we've had our naps. Aisha, are you ready for today?
Yeah, I'm finally feeling re-energized, and I think I'm ready to get to know more people.
This morning, we've seen amazing teams go on these obstacle courses. We've met them at their pit displays. We've talked to the supervisors, their mentors, and we've also had a discussion with the judges. How has today been for you?
It's been very different from F1, and it really takes me back. But it's great to see all of these teams just come up with these last-minute solutions to anything that may go wrong. And even in the pit displays, you can still see people working on them and frantically trying to get ready.
4x4 has so much drama when it comes to the car, last-minute decisions, and strategic planning, which F1 can take and learn from them. So much is happening down at the YAS Conference Center. To be sure to follow us on Yasin Schools on Instagram and use the hashtag Yasin Schools Thrills and Skills. I've been doing a little social media digging, and I've been seeing all these stories of what is happening here. It's great to see other people's perspective, and also remember to comment on the live stream who you're rooting for. Today is filled with excitement, and we'll be back with you shortly to see what's going on.
Long days, longer nights. You feel? Now, I don't even know, lady. Take it, go. It's too much. I'ma do it anyway. Put 'em in the dirt. Say it again, man, and that's a reverse. Never rehearse. Jumping in first. Call up the nurse, put the bleed in the hearse. This is absurd. Change to berserk. Don't get on the tracks, man, and they better swerve. Don't got a nerve.
I'm back on the track, and I'm with Team Roboto. How are you guys feeling today?
Good, really good. Yeah.
Excited? Nervous? No, full and confident.
Yeah, we're just here to have fun, like new experiences, and we're excited. We did a lot for this, so we're looking forward to it.
And how long have you been working on this project?
I think like about 3 weeks. Like within this month, yeah.
3 weeks. 3 weeks to get everything together. That is quite rushed, but
It is. It is very time constraining, yeah.
And who has been the biggest support when it came to 4x4?
Hasn't like
Like your teachers, your mentors.
Yeah, we had really supportive teachers, and we had access to many things like 3D printing and all. That was all like resources given to us by university. So we're really grateful for them. Yeah.
And the university category is quite intense. I've met some of those teams back there, quite fierce. But are you happy with your overall project outcome?
Yeah, we did work really hard, so we're not worried. We're here to like experience it, and it's okay. There's no problem. Yeah.
I love the confidence. I love that. Best of luck for the toe bar challenge. Are you worried when it comes to this competition, this round of obstacle course?
Yeah, trailer is a bit tricky, and we've actually used a new approach. There's the approach they gave, but then we used our own way, and we're hoping it works. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. And when it came to doing this challenge, have you done a testing before this?
Yeah. Very limited testing, honestly, because of our time crunch. We just ran with it and go with the flow.
Go with the flow. That's how I roll when I'm asking you guys interview questions. But besides this, what is the most difficult and challenging and daunting part of the competition?
Honestly, I mean, the tow bar is obviously one of the things it has to hitch properly. There are many things that can go wrong. But the sensors, yeah, they have their own mind. They work in their own time. They have their own delays. So we're just hoping it is the minimum delay.
And well said. There's so much going on here. Besides the programming aspect and the engineering, you know, that aspect I am not very confident or know much about. But talk to me about the team branding and identity. When you decided to go with a team name, how did that come about? How did the logo and...
She can answer.
Okay.
Motto is our... it's our favorite name. This is the second competition that we've gone together as a group, yeah. So we keep using the same name. It's our lucky name, as you can say, maybe. Then this time we rebranded our logo. We went with purple and yellow, royalty and happiness combined. Yeah.
Love the colors. Like, it's a complementary color, if I remember from my school days. But also, when it came to team identity, did you guys have arguments about what should the team brand be, or was it overall collaborative?
Like close, and we've been through this university for 3 years now, and we know each other quite well. So we get along with each other really well, and we know each other's like strengths, weaknesses. So it worked out for the best. Yeah.
And 4x4 is only one robotics competition. Have you participated in other robotics competitions out there?
As I said, we're reusing our name, right? So we've done robotic arm competitions and autonomous manipulators and all of that.
And what's the difference between 4x4 and those other competitions that 4x4 does a good job at? Please be our brand ambassador and say positive things. Positive reinforcement needed right now.
Honestly, the competition is pretty well designed. We have all the specifications, we have all the rules laid out openly, and I mean, it is strict in its way, but if they've told you everything, they're going to check. So that's good, and we have a lot of freedom with what we want to do as well. So both of those factors make it fun. And I mean, look at the setup; it looks cool.
I will pass that word to Yasin Schools for saying it looks cool. Let's head on to the track to get a closer view of how that tow bar challenge is working out with Team Rotobus. Ooh, okay. Truly inspired by a G-Wagon, is that correct?
Yes, we love the G-Wagon. It is a very classic, very boxy, very off-roading car. So we went with the luxury version of an...
Anyone has a G-Wagon in the team?
Sadly, not yet.
This is the closest we're getting there. One day after this competition, you guys are going to pitch in, get a G-Wagon, and come to uni in that. Everyone's so focused here. What is the role of the driver and the navigator? Explain to everyone about that.
So the driver will have control of the thing, and the navigator is mostly to guide him. But we didn't necessarily know about this navigation part. We practice on our own. So I think having a navigator will just help on, yeah.
And are all of you giving a try for driving, or have you elected one person?
Yeah, no, we're all giving it a shot because we're here for the experience, and it's not right to just have one person. Yeah.
Are you all good drivers? Because earlier on, Robbie has told me, my other co-host has told me I'm an awful driver, so I can't imagine doing any of this competition. But are you guys good drivers?
I mean, a real car, yes. This one, not so much.
It's harder with the mini cars, right? Okay, I understand.
You don't get the feel. the feel is not there. You don't.
But with the G-Wagon, this like you still get that feel.
We were hoping that the G-Wagon will like instill good driving skills into us. Maybe not.
Come on, have some faith. Though. Well, ooh, okay. No, it happens. It happens. The goal of the competition, the goal of the obstacle course, is just not to knock those cones or shift those cones, right? Any other advice you have for future 4x4 teams when it comes to this competition in terms of engineering, in terms of marketing, anything?
I think like since we are like the first times, I think we should be getting more advice. But if we had to give, I think pay attention to the material and how you're building it, because the weight distribution, especially when you're going on slopes or slides or anything, that makes a lot of difference. So yeah, like how you're building the material makes a difference.
At the end of the competition, you guys are not rookies. Remember that. You are going to be in the professionals, and people are going to be looking up to you for advice. So best of luck, guys. I've taken enough of your time, and Aisha, we'll go back to you soon enough so you can interview more teams.
Yes. Are you feeling the interview? Yeah. Hey, yes, I am here with a team in the first terrain. I can't exactly see which team you're on, so can you just tell me what?
We're on the 4x4 Royce team, and our team tries to use less materials and plastic and try to recycle the things that we can and build a car.
So you guys mainly focus on sustainability?
Yeah, mainly sustainability and the car being more compact and small, and so that we have more space for the tunnel and the weight distribution.
And I see you just finished your first course, if you're going to just come over here with the rest of your team. How are you feeling after your first course?
Nervous. And also, we also try to learn from our mistakes and try to reevaluate next year if there's a chance. And I hope we will do better.
And what are the kinds of things you'll be taking notes on and improving for next year?
Next year, I guess we need a better design, because right now the weight is kind of tilting to the left, and we need a better design for that. And also the Arduino, we need a better place to put the Arduino, all the wires, so that it doesn't get splashed and it doesn't go out of places and stuff. And yeah, I guess. And also fix the servo. The servo right now, it was working, but right now it's not working. I don't know if there's something wiring wrongs or something, but right now, unfortunately, it's not working.
And I hate to grill you on this, but when I first came to ask you for an interview, you guys are fixing your car, and that was right after the toad challenge. So what went wrong?
When?
Right here when you were fixing your car, and you guys had duct tape out. So what went wrong?
The wirings were falling out of places, and then we tried to put it back, and so that the car wouldn't get stuck. The wire wouldn't get stuck on the wheels.
And can you take me through the design of your car? I can only really see the top board of it.
So the inside, there's batteries. Yeah, mostly it's just the batteries and some wires. But yeah, that's just it. And the top, so we try to the idea of the top was solar panel. So so that it absorbs light, and that would be its energy. And we want to also to make it compact, so it qualifies the regulations and all that stuff. Yeah.
And how did you guys do on the tow challenge? Was that okay?
On the what?
The tow challenge, the first part you did.
The tour challenge, we had some difficulties because the servo was not really working, and it was not really going up and down, and so yeah, we had some trouble for that, and unfortunately.
Yeah, I guess I'll stop with the tough questions, but will you guys also be taking part in the driving?
In the driving, maybe, yeah.
Are you excited for it, or are you also kind of nervous?
Since I haven't really practiced enough, maybe I'm just nervous right now.
And you?
I'm not very confident in my driving abilities. So, I don't know.
And how do you think your team's doing so far and with these two? Oh, you guys need them. Okay, well, you guys are needed, but Zara does have a segment for us, so we'll follow her down to the pit displays.
If we can get a camera following me, because I've met a very interesting team which I would like to learn more about. They're just getting prepared. In the meanwhile, Aisha, it's been quite a day, and it's been great to see so many teams show up. Again, a record-breaking amount of teams showing up for 4x4. Each year, the competition gets fiercer and fiercer, and you do have experience in this.
Oh yeah, actually it was just last year when I competed, and it was nowhere near the size of this. It's incredible to see how much this has kind of blown up and how many people are interested in these kinds of things. Are we moving this way?
Yes, we're trying to get a good background view. But when it comes to 4x4, every year it's getting more innovative. Every year they're pushing the limits to trying to code their own programs for the 4x4 cars. It's great to see that, and it's great to see how much innovation that these teams bring. I know that there's 3 categories. There's developmental, which are rookies. There's professional, and then there's the university levels too, right?
Yeah, and each one obviously has different kind of limits of what they can do. But even in people in the developmental group are already looking for innovations that can only be applied for higher categories. So it's clear that they've really stuck this out for the long term.
Okay, and now I am with Wiz Engineers. I see the wordplay there based on your school. Who made up that name?
It was a collective decision from the team, so we all decided to come up with an innovative name that, somewhat represents our school and also what we're doing here today.
And anyone, just asking, anyone in future of engineering? Oh, okay, we got some, all of you guys. Yes. See, I'm a film student. I feel out of place here, but Aisha here is going into nuclear engineering, am I right?
Yeah, 4x4 and F1 has had a big impact on me. So how do you guys feeling about this? Do you think it's preparing you for the future?
Yeah, I mean, it gives us so much skills that we can use in the future, like team building, learning how to think critically, and overall, just this whole experience has given us so much information that we can use into our future in university. Like, we have the year 13s who have just graduated and they're going into university soon, and it's us going to be next year. So it gives us a lot of information that we can take with us into the future.
And you guys seem to be a big team, so would you come back in for professional categories and maybe even into uni?
Yeah, we had thought about that, and we are going to do it. So it's going to be the year 12s, like me, Camilla, and Yahya. So it's going to be us coming back next year in professional, because now, with all the knowledge that we have from doing development, we actually know all the steps we have to do and take to be able to compete in a higher category. So that's, yeah.
And I see you mentioned that only some of you are going into the uni. Are you guys part of a younger group?
No, we are part of the group, but I'm graduating, so I'm leaving Dubai next year, so that's why I probably won't be here. But maybe in the future when I come back, I'd love to join.
Oh, congratulations for that. Zara?
And it's just great to see such a big amount of students coming together to make that project happen. How long have you been working on this project?
So we've been working on this project for around a year now, and I must say the team has worked effortlessly and non-stop to here we are today, and it all goes to everyone. And we even have a few people from our school who are not part of the team, but they've come here to support us, and they've come here to learn the experience and see how it is, so they can come back next year for the competition again.
And what has been an element of this project that took you by surprise, which you weren't expecting?
I guess focusing on new skills that we haven't done before, such as coding and circuit boards. That's not something I've ever planned on doing before. And then this was a new jump. It's oh, now I have to learn all these new skills of engineering, as well as group work and time management. And it has really helped so far with the competition.
And group work, did you guys have a team manager to delegate tasks, or were you guys all together? Who's the team manager? I'm getting nods. Oh, okay. So being a team manager, were you bossy?
Well, yeah, I guess you could say I was a little bit bossy. A lot of my team members were telling me that I was a little bit bossy, but on the group chat, I ensured to keep everybody on track, and I definitely gave everybody the information on what to do and what time that they should be uploading everything. So yeah, you could say I was a little bit bossy.
Let's get some feedback from everyone else. Was he bossy?
Oh, he was just a tiny bit, but that's what brought us here. I mean, we needed that bossiness.
And what was your role in the team?
So I was in, me and Camilla worked on the circuit board together, but I also had like a creative initiative in terms of the display pit and the presentations and all.
And the presentations, have you done your robot presentations yet or still to come?
We haven't done it yet, but it's already ready. We have interview videos and we have the presentation ready, and we're just recreating the circuit so we can make it like more neat and more clean for the wiring and everything, but we're completely ready.
Some piece of advice, I say take some coffees in there, bribe the judges a bit. That's how it works with verbal presentations. I know it worked with me when I was doing F1 in schools. And F1 in schools, have any of you guys thought about that? Or 4x4 is the main competition for you guys?
So the 4x4 was an interesting competition to take part in, but obviously Formula One on its own is a completely different level, and I'm a huge fan of the motorsport. So for me, that would be the next step, and I really look forward to, grasp the opportunity if available in the future.
And we're going a bit more casual. Did you watch the race yesterday?
Yeah.
Which team do you support?
Mercedes any day.
Okay, goodbye. Nice knowing you. I'm a Ferrari and Red Bull fan, but it's okay.
Decent, not bad.
Charles Leclerc, P11 qualifying.
Let's not talk about it. Well done, guys. I know it, but it's great to be here because I actually parked my car in Charles Leclerc's parking spot, and I feel very cool right now. So, just like a celebrity moment.
That's a big one. That's a big one.
You can try the track as well.
Yes, I have been karting. There is so much to do in Yas Marina Circuit. There is also simulators. Have you guys tried those simulators? Did you fail?
No, I didn't. I actually got the second fastest time right now, so.
Okay, we don't talk about my results because I'm quite a bad driver, Aisha, as you know. But well done, guys. Best of luck for the rest of the competition, and looking forward to seeing you guys and hopefully seeing more of you next year, but bigger and better than ever. Thank you. Now we can go back to the track where we can see more action unveil. Aisha, so much going on. It's so exciting to see these students so energetic and happy when it comes to 4x4.
Yeah, honestly, part I enjoy the most is actually hearing them willing to come back, because even just coming once is a big achievement on itself. But being willing to reflect on yourself and then build on that, that's incredible too.
So many students are so positive when it comes to this. They're determined and they're ready to come back and bigger and better than ever. I love to see that, but let's head on over to the track to see what's going on there.
Hi, I'm here with Shaif. He's a judge, and you're part of Arena 1, right?
Yeah, stage 1.
So, how would you rate the difficulty of your course compared to the other two?
Well, I would say it's relatively easy, but that's just my opinion. Clearly, the second stage has a lot of complicated obstacles going through the water, going on a hill. But that's why we have created just a bit of a difference between the two stages to make it easy for everyone to have an equal opportunity of earning points on the track. And yeah, every car has their own pros and cons, so it really depends on which car. Some cars might perform on my track better, some might perform on stage 2 better. So.
And how hard is it being a judge? Are you always, doing stuff? Do you always have to keep your eyes on the track? Just in case maybe someone tries to move a cone back into place?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much exactly what being a judge in 4x4 is, because each move of the car is recorded. Each move of the car, every turn, every cone it hits is deducted points on the scorecard. So yeah, we have to keep absolutely, like you said, our eyes peeled and make sure that they don't. The points that are given to them is fair for each team, and there's an equal sort of criteria for judging throughout the entire course.
Although you said your course was slightly easier, which part is the most hard? Well, sorry. Let me rephrase that. Which element of your course has, the most, where a lot of people are, making mistakes, or they maybe have to skip, or their car are falling?
Yeah, I think the hill climb is something that people do find challenging quite a lot, because it's something, it looks very simple. It's probably the most simplest looking obstacle, but that's the challenge. Because it's so simple looking, when the cars go up the hill, they always end up tipping. Maybe there's an imbalance in center of mass, for example. One of their wheels comes up, which gives them less grip. So although it looks simple, I would say it is quite the most difficult obstacle so far. And a lot of teams have chosen to skip it because of that fact.
Yeah, I've actually noticed on the stream that on the hill, when they're going up, it seems like a lot of their tires do tip up. Do you know why that is?
Yeah, it's a lot to do with, there's a lot of variables mechanically on the car, because that's a pure mechanical obstacle in terms of where the center of mass is. So if it's too high, the car will tip down. If it's too low, it will sort of, give them more grip than they need, which sort of veers them towards into the right or into the wrong track. So it also has to do with a lot of the suspensions bit of the car. So if it's not tight enough, the car cannot effectively push the wheel down, and hence the wheel raises and gives them less grip, which ends up either the car tipping or just not moving ahead.
Speaking of mechanical errors, what's been the most common one on your side?
In terms of?
In terms of, maybe suspension or wheels not rotating or something getting stuck?
It's a combination of all. I mean, that's a whole challenge of 4x4, which is making sure every element of the car mechanically works in unison together, works in synergy with each other. So if the suspension is great, the tires must be equally good to do justice to the suspension, to get that grip in. The weight of the car, the weight distribution, and this all also translate into the design outwards, because you might have the best looking car, but if you don't have the right weight distribution, if it's too heavy from the back or too heavy from the front, that may not perform mechanically. So it's a sort of like a synergy between all of these different variables, which makes the entire car great. And all our top performers have pretty much nailed that in terms of getting all of that working together, complementing each other on the car.
Wow, teams have a lot to take into consideration, I see. And I know that you have on the side ramp, they're meant to program the car to make a loud buzzing sound when they reach that angle. Have you been hearing that?
Yeah, impressively, quite a few teams have gone through having programmed that functionality, which is not the easiest to do, might I say. It's something that you really need to test again and again to make sure it only triggers at a certain angle and not throughout the track. So quite a few teams have done it really well. Some teams have also shown it in terms of lights, if not the buzzer. So they do understand the mechanics of it, and using the right parts, obviously that's how you achieve it. And a lot of teams have achieved that particular feat. Yep.
And finally, I know on the seesaw, you're actually meant to stay on there for 3 seconds, right? Have teams been finding that easy, or have that been a challenge as well?
Well, that's interesting you asked that because that particular element is to do less with the car and more with the control. And that, like I said earlier, that's really brings the human element into it because all the cars that you run on the track, making sure that you control it in a way that it's not sliding down by slightly pressing the reverse button while also not, reversing it back enough that it falls back. So that's a human element into the competition, and I think that is important for them to really stay still on the seesaw to earn those points.
And has the human control in all of the elements been there? Have the team been supporting them the driver while they're doing that?
I mean, it's everyone's is nervous to begin with. So a lot of students do have control, really good control, I would say. But some of them do get nervous, and end up pressing the accelerator or the reverse accidentally, putting their car off course. But again, that's a part of learning. That's how you learn on what are the thresholds of your car, making sure that you stay within those thresholds and you treat it the way the course goes, as opposed to just randomly accelerating. So you learn about the car as well when you're driving it, and I think that's the part where you bring the human together with the car in order to make this a success and end up with all the points that you can gather.
So it's all about trial, error, and testing. Well, thank you for your time and expertise. I know you have a team coming up, so I won't keep you any longer. But we'll probably join you back again on some more commentary on what's going on the track or on the pit display.
Okay, now going back to a pit display. There's lots of pit displays catching my eye, so if the cameraman can follow me through the crowded, busy YAS Conference Center, let us go to OOW Tech Dominators. We've seen them on the track, and they performed so well. Hi, guys. How are you feeling today?
Today we are feeling good, having high expectations to winning the challenge.
Feel confident in everything?
Yes.
You firm? Yes. Okay. So guys, talk me through your pit display. Who came up with the design?
Yes, we came up with the design. We went for elegant look. So we first showed our coding, which I use for the Arduino and to light up the LEDs in case it goes dark, and the gyro. And then we have the car body right there.
Car body, and we made plans out of that. We made a new boxier type of look and made out a car out of foam board and dowels.
And I made this PPT, which was displayed during the judging process, and then
So you've done your verbal presentation so far.
Yeah.
You've done the obstacle course. What else do you have in store for today?
We're done.
Yeah. And the portfolio is done. So you can finally de-stress, take a breather, and enjoy the competition.
We have just the Champions Tour and the just Champions Tour is left. After that, we're kindly relaxing and talk about what you have done in the past and recalling if we are going to come in next year or not.
What do you mean discussing about that? You guys are coming down next year. You don't have a choice. You know that.
Yeah, we are coming. We'll get circulars about like if you want to join or not. But I'm going to come 100%.
That's great to hear. That's great to hear. Oh, so going back, you guys now, you can de-stress, you can breathe. I remember catching up with you before, and you looked so stressed. Are you okay now?
Yeah, I'm good.
Blood pressure down?
Yeah, much better now.
Much better now? Okay. And this whole competition is so great. I wish I did 4x4s when I was your age. But what have you learned the most in this competition?
Well, we learn more about persistence. We learn about how many prototypes. We learn that everyone has different opinions, but we had to clash them together. We had to put all of our ideas together to make a fine look. Everyone had like different ideas of what the car should be. So finally, we were able to put all of our ideas and just came up with this look.
This was a learning opportunity for us because Mahir here is a lead coder for our team. So he teached us coding, C++. Okay, so we got a learning opportunity to learn coding, which is going to be essential in the future.
So coding, how did you get into coding?
I did have an interest in coding and Arduino since I was young, but I wasn't that good at C++. When I started this competition, I wanted to be the designer, but I ended up as the coder.
Sounds so disappointed, like I ended up as the coder because I am so good at coding.
Disappointed. I'm happy about that. I learned a lot in this experience.
And how did you get started in coding? How old were you when you started learning about coding?
12.
12. And how old are you now?
13.
13. So you're a child prodigy. Can I shake your hand as a celebrity? Hello, hello. When I see you as a big coder and being hired by such big tech companies, remember me, okay? And overall, enjoy the whole competition. Overall, feeling happy with participating in this competition?
Yes, feeling happy about this competition and more confident to win this competition.
Sounds great, sounds great. And how, if you had any advice you want to give to the future 4x4 teams, what advice would you give to them?
Focus on coding and designing the car.
I asked the coder, I asked the wrong person for the advice. Okay, going on here.
You should be able to manage your time well. You should be able to have a stable connection and you have to have a stable chat with everyone. Everyone should participate. Everyone should contribute. So you should maintain a stable chat for everyone and time. Yeah.
Team dynamics is something we're constantly learning. I'm learning in my old age. I cannot reveal my age on this live stream. But when it comes to team challenges, and how do you guys resolve conflicts? Because I know conflict is a part of the team collaboration, but how did you guys get over that?
So in team collaborations, everyone came together. I mean, even though we were some separate classes and things, so we were able to collaborate together from the starting of the day. So everyone had interest in robotics, everyone here. So we distributed roles on which people would like. So.
Very well said. And we'll catch up with you guys later. Enjoy the Champions Tour. It's one of my favorite part of this competition. And also, we can cross over to Aisha, where she has a special team she wants to interview.
Hi, I'm actually just opposite Zara with V Cubed. I think they just got back from their verbal presentation. So they are setting up, but they've agreed to an interview. So I'm very glad to hear that. Can someone tell me about the idea of your name, V Cubed?
Team VCube basically means there are three words. Virtus, Virya, Velocity. Virtus is the Latin word for energy and valor. Virya, the Buddhist term for strength. And velocity, the English term, which represents the speed of a car as well as the speed of us, our works and our minds.
I've actually seen a lot of teams using Latin words. What inspired you to use those?
Our main motto was our roots. So Latin is the mother of English, the language which we use for communication almost daily. Buddhism dates back to one of our glamorous Indian cultures, and velocity is about the present.
And the design of your car, it's kind of like a Ford Explorer, but then maybe a Tesla and a kind of luxury car. So where did you get the inspiration for the different parts of your car?
Yeah, so our car is basically a combination of many different ones. So as we have mentioned already, the back of the car, the step-like structure on the rear is from a Ferrari SP3. The front, the grills, they kind of match like a Mazda. And the general is designed by us only. And the back, the lights, and how it goes down is of a Tesla. So it's kind of like a combination of many different models merged into one, and that's our model.
And are these, your favorite parts of these cars, or is it just you think they look the most aesthetically pleasing?
They're also one of my favorite companies.
Are you a Ferrari fan in F1?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Are all of you?
Yes.
Okay, I see Zara cheering in the back there.
I am so happy that I finally met Ferrari fans. Though, let's not talk about what they are doing in the race. Not all of you. Okay, only Ferrari fans are my favorite from this team. But I just want to grab a quick word. What's your name?
Farheen.
And what was your role in the team?
I was the head of finance in the team. Yeah, I was the head of finance.
Finance. Okay, so all of them came up to you, was like, I need money, begging for that money. So how did you budget accordingly?
So we basically got the best resources with the minimum budget possible. Yeah, we try to utilize the resources as good as we can.
And when it came to budget, what was the biggest spending in your team?
The biggest spending, I would say, was the last minute expenses, because we had to get it done within a very small time limit, and we left a lot of things till the last minute.
That always happens. See, I understand. But also, 4x4 is a competition that has lots of time and dedication before that goes into it. What has been your favorite memory outside the competition that still sticks to your mind that you guys will talk about in the future?
So we actually just started working on our competition like 1 month back. So we don't have a lot, but I'd say like the past 2 days, we had like a lot of things left to do. So we were like hurrying to finish that, and that was probably like our best memories, yeah.
A lot of sleepless nights, and have you guys are ready to just go home, take a nap, and then just enjoy? Yeah, me too, honestly. But also, what's your team? What's your name and what is your role?
I'm Krisha and I was the head engineer of the team. So I did the mechanical part of the car.
And you had a tough job out there. How was that?
It was okay.
It was okay. Okay, I'm finally getting some honesty. Everyone's like, it's simple, it's cool, like that. But what have you learned when it comes to engineering for the car?
Comes to engineering, it's like it's not always as it is seen. The schematics and all may be wrong. So you need to be open to information, and you need to be open to change your ways of working.
That is going to go on the Yasin School's website. That's going to be the 4x4 advice from the teams. Well done, guys. And do I also want to get a quick word from you? I know you're stepping away. You're like, let me not get my camera moment, but I am going to grill you with questions. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling a bit nervous, especially for the results. I'm waiting for it. I hope we did well. We did encounter a few problems with the car, but other than that, I think everything went all right.
The rest of your team seems calm. Why are you taking all the nerves for them? Pressure, right?
Yeah.
And you're done with your verbal presentation. You're done with everything. Would you like to take a step forward? You're done with the verbal presentation. How did that go?
Work presentation, we were pretty nervous at first, but it turned out pretty well. The judges were happy about it, and so we're happy too.
You're done with the verbal presentation, but he's still nervous. What else do you have?
About the results.
Okay, and you've done the obstacle course as well, have you?
Yes, we have.
And how did that go?
It went fine. We hit a lot of cones, but yeah.
You know, I do that in my driving test too. It's like for me, it's always hit those cones because that's how you get a good, good point score. Actually, don't take my advice on that. But overall, enjoy the competition.
Yeah, we did.
And what was the biggest learning curve for you guys?
Sorry?
The biggest learning. What did you learn the most from this competition?
Okay, so I learned more about graphic designing. I improved my skills. They learned about finance and how to contact the outside world. And a lot of us learned a lot about our field. So yeah, we're happy.
And any future aspirations in graphic design, or did this competition open your eyes to a new career?
Graphic designing was more like a hobby to me. So yeah.
What's your future goals in career-wise?
I want to go into cybersecurity. So yeah.
Okay, so when I see you as a top cybersecurity, I don't know what cybersecurity manager is, if that's what you call them, then please remember me. I'm trying to make as much contacts, friends at this competition. So much is happening. Remember to post on Yasin Schools and use the hashtag Yasin Schools, Thrills and Skills, and we'll see you soon. Okay, we're back at the pit displays and we're with the Crimson Gladiators. We caught up with them at the track, but now we're here. How are you feeling, guys?
Pretty exhausted actually.
It's been a long day. I can relate being on your feet the whole day. There's so much that's going on in the YAS Conference Center. What have you been up to since your track time?
So we have been preparing our pit display. We thought that just going around seeing what other people are presenting, we decided we got some inspiration. We thought that there are some changes that we can make our pit display much more better. So we just applied those changes, had the judges view up pit display, and yeah, we are pretty confident that we can secure a good place in the competition.
Well, best of luck. And you have checked out the other competition. Has it been fierce? Has it been worrisome? Did you make friends? Did you make some enemies? What's the whole situation with that?
I think the time to socialize was not that high because we've all been really caught up with our respective garage pits and our cars. But when we had a look around, everyone's come up with really stunning projects, and but that doesn't take away anything from the fact that even we did a good job. So looking forward to the results. Let's hope that what we've done can translate into results as well.
It's been a busy day for you guys that you haven't had time to go look around because so much is going on. They have verbal presentations, they have pit displays, and many more activities. Aisha, on your side, who do you have there?
Speaking of incredible displays, I see you have certain kinds of research and development over the materials you use for your car. Can someone elaborate on that?
Yeah, exactly. So we have just done a lot of research basically on the material that we have used. So we had to go through an extensive selection process essentially. So based on that, we have had some charts, displays, etc. And then we have gone through some prototypes and we said, okay, this is the best material that we can use for our purpose, and it's customized to us. So,
having said that, can you tell me about the effect the material has on the performance of your car?
yeah, so it's a lot of things that need to be taken into consideration. So first of all, we're looking at it from a sustainable point of view because in this day and age, sustainability is very important. Other than that, it's the durability, the strength of the car itself, so that when it goes on obstacle courses or on the tow bar mechanism side, it needs to be able to, adjust to that situation. So it's important in that sense.
And in the end, what materials did you end up using?
So we basically used PLA, that is 3D printed plastic model. So that's basically it, yeah.
And if we can get a closer look at what's happening in the pit display, there is some diagrams and lots of words I don't know. So can someone walk me through of what this, what's on the table?
So I'd best describe it as different prototype stages that we went through. So for example, we decided that for our first prototype, the cardboard would be the best option because it is not only lightweight, but it's very sustainable to the environment. However, we found out that it's not very precise when we are trying to use and trying to make such delicate electronics and devices. So then we moved on to a relatively sustainable option while maintaining the precision, which was 3D printing in PLA, which is polylactic acid. So that allowed in precision, as well as we could decide how much of the weight we wanted to put in, how much time it would take to print. So all these parameters could be very changed in the way that we wanted. And similarly, we even did our tow bar mechanism, rack and pinions for our tow bar hitching, which made, we also did a lot of tests on them to see which material, which kind of weight would be the best. And even for the electronics, we decided rather than going for something heavyweight like metal, go back to 3D printing, which would give us the best amount of customization.
Lots of prototypes, lots of experimenting. That is what 4x4 is about, is trial and error to get something that works with you guys. This overall experience, it's really enriching. I've always seen RIT compete in 4x4. It's great to see that. How is popular... Oh my, English. How popular is 4x4 in RIT?
I would say amongst mechanical and electrical engineers specifically, it is very popular, and I'd say that all thanks to our mentor, Abu Sali, and to Khalid, our supervisor, the encouragement we get, the guidance we get, sort of motivates us more to take up projects like this. And it's great that RIT advertises this a lot so that engineers, like aspiring engineers like us, get a chance to showcase our skills. It is very popular, and I'm sure that the batches that will come after us also are going to take part in this.
Speaking of the batches to come, any wise advice you want to pass on to the future of 4x4?
Uh, I think one of the takeaways that we had from this project was to plan. I think we had probably the toughest challenge because, again, as I had mentioned, we had a full-time internship as well, because of which it was difficult to manage. I'd say that scheduling is probably the most important, because that's your first step. It's and have a good team. Have a team with good camaraderie, and a team where everyone's willing to put in the work, has the same motivation. I think that's one of the takeaways.
Very wise advice. And back to you, Aisha, for last reactions before we go away to a break.
Yeah, I've just been looking at your pit display, and I've noticed that you've had some interesting things like dampened triggers, your solar charging, and your custom app. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah. So if you want the triggers, he'll explain.
As you can see here, this is a trigger, and we have used dampeners to get more control over the vehicle. So during the terrain challenges, we have more controlled acceleration, deceleration, or the movement of the vehicle itself. And then we have a Bluetooth app.
I always love when they have apps.
Yeah. So in the Bluetooth app itself, you can see we can connect it, extend and retract the servo, and we have a laser projection guidance that will enable us to hitch onto the trailer with ease. So this is the app, and then the solar panel. So the solar panel is connected to charge the battery. So it is a small scale idea. When you look at it in the large scale, so when 4x4 vehicles go to the desert and they have potential to get stranded, so they can integrate the solar panel over there and run it back into place.
That sounds really interesting. I guess thank you for your time. I hope you do well. You seem to have everything together really well. And we'll catch up with you again after a short 20-minute break.
See you then. Welcome back to the YAS Conference Center, where it's day 5 of YAS in Schools. We are here for the 4x4 track. Exhilarating morning. We've been drinking a lot of coffees because so much excitement is going up, I barely can keep up.
Yeah, the breaks have been much needed. There's just so much to see and so much to ask about with all these incredible teams. But we have reached the final stretch of today's competition. The last few teams are finishing up their track. I think most verbal presentations and pit display interviews have been finished. So we'll probably continue to catch up with teams on the agility courses.
We've been seeing a lot of action happening on social media. Remember to post YAS in Schools using the hashtag YAS in Schools, following YAS in Schools, and also the hashtags Thrills and Skills. Lots has been happening, even the YouTube stream, everyone at home watching this. It's great to see everyone engaged in this competition. We wouldn't be here without our supporters and our biggest partners, ADNOC, and thank you ADNOC and Athara for making this happen. Now, there is so much more to cover. There's so many teams we've met today. It's been plus, we even get cheering. There's lots of things that's happening here, and we can't wait to catch up with everyone and see what's going on. Aisha, a lot has happened today. A lot has happened this week. We've had F1 in Schools the first 2 days. We had F1 in Schools professional class and rookie class, followed by Formula Athara, where we got to meet younger students who are getting into STEM learning. But today is the day for the older students, where it gets more complicated with engineering, scrutineering, and other aspects of the competition.
Yeah, it just goes to show how much YAS in Schools has actually grown. As before, all of these would only take place each during one day. So F1 would be one day, Formula Athara one day, and 4x4. But now F1 and Formula Athara has just grown so big that we actually need 2 days to get through everyone, and even then we have morning and afternoon sessions.
And do remember, we still have an award ceremony coming up, and tune in on Wednesday from 10 to 11 to see who won those category awards, who won the national championship. These are what 4x4 students are competing for, that national champion for 4x4. A lot is happening here, Aisha, and I would love to get a word with these final teams that are going through their obstacle course. So let's catch up with them. I'm here with the Speed Hunters. Long day, hasn't it been?
Yeah, it's been a long day, actually, yeah.
What have you done throughout the day?
I mean, we fixed some issues with the car, we fixed the body, we fixed even the chassis, some of the parts were falling off. So we just tried to make everything hold well by using super hot glue and fixing every component that we have.
And 4x4 is all about those last minute problems that spring up, and you have to like problem solve everything, and it's a long process, which I don't think I could have done at your age. So are you in the university or in the developmental or professional class?
Still, I just graduated high school, so yeah.
Okay, so it's been quite a competition still, and how challenging has this competition been?
Honestly, it's not been that challenging. So really towards the end is when the challenge started to heat up. But you know, at the beginning it was going fine, and then really started to ramp up towards the end. So that's when we had to really focus.
And what has been the biggest learning curve of this competition for you guys?
Probably the code. Learning a new language isn't really easy, and that's the same goes for coding languages. If you're used to one language and then you switch to another, it's really not easy. So that's probably our biggest challenge.
Did you have any previous experience with coding, or is this your first time into coding and learning all about it?
We have coded before. All of us are pretty decent coders, but with different coders like Java, Python, and other coding languages. So when we moved to C++, it was a learning curve.
That's great to hear. It's great to see people are always learning. I wish I could learn coding, but I think I'm too dumb for that. But how has your experience been with this competition?
Actually,
Happy to participate?
Yeah, actually, it's pretty great. Everything is organized. Our Arduino, we were facing some issues, but we fixed it ASAP. Especially the wiring, we were just making sure everything going well. And for the coding part, it was easy, but we were checking everything last minute.
And that's what happens in 4x4, making sure those last minute details come through. But are you guys going to participate next year? You can only say one answer, which is yes.
Absolutely, yes, definitely.
That's good to hear. I hope I wasn't forcing that on you. But best of luck for your tow challenge. If we can zoom into the car just to get a little view about what they've been up to. In the tow bar challenge, yes, that overhead view looks great. And let me just let Jose do the briefing so then I can go and ask about the design. Okay, drivers and navigators being sorted out. What's your name, young man?
Sahil.
Sahil, how have you been?
I'm good, thanks. Just it's good to be part of the team.
And you seem to be younger than the rest of the students, is that right?
Yes, I am. This is my brother. They just said I could come as like an assistant. Like I'm not really. I am helping. I was building. I was just helping the team out, just making it quicker.
And any future aspirations in 4x4, and would you like to come back with your own team?
Yes, I would. Really.
That's great to hear. So who can talk to me about the design of the car, the aesthetics?
So apparently our car is having a mixed 3D parts, especially here and here. And we have some foam with carbon fiber. Actually, if you can see here, if the cameraman could zoom, here's the carbon fiber.
Ooh. Don't worry, that happens. But yes, continue with the aesthetics of the car.
Yeah, we had like 3 main Arduino boards. We had 2 Uno and 1 Giga. So we aren't pretty sure if the Giga is that functioning, but we hope so. We had a gyroscope sensor, which is a tilt sensor, if you know, but we added like 4 LEDs, each LED for a direction.
You've lost me at the first sentence because I am not an expert at 4x4, but thank you for introducing me to new elements. But in your opinion, what has been the most enriching skill that you've taken away from 4x4?
Actually, the Arduino part, because a long time ago, I wanted to learn about Arduino, but sadly, I wasn't that interested in it. So while 4x4 was there, it forced me to learn a new skill. I don't mean force in a bad way, but I mean it's helping me.
That's great. And any future career in engineering, in coding, in any of these?
I hope so. If engineering, I would be in designing cars probably, but if there is, I would join for the F1 engineering.
F1 engineering? So which team? Are you an F1 fan in general?
So apparently, in the past, it was Ferrari, but right now it's Red Bull. Everyone knows Red Bull is the dominant car.
I'm glad you didn't say Mercedes because...
Mercedes. Who likes Mercedes now?
Ooh, there's some allegations against Mercedes being streamed on live. But Aisha, I believe you are with a different team. Would you like to catch up with them? It was lovely talking to you guys. Speed Hunters, best of luck with the rest of the tracks, and you did so well. Aisha, back to you.
Sadly, the teams were not open for an interview as, they want to focus on their driving, which is completely understandable, to be honest. Even though this may seem like, a toy car driving across metal, this is actually pretty high stakes for everyone involved. So I guess the only thing we can really do right now is commentate. So right here we have Velocity Vortex. Right now they're going over the hub. Sadly to say, I haven't seen them conquer the...
Ooh, cone down, but that happens. Yeah, they still have chances to make up points in other components. Remember, the obstacle course is not the only part of this competition. There is, again, a pit display, a verbal presentation, and a portfolio, and also engineering points.
And right now they're entering the tunnel, so we'll get to see whether or not their lights will light up inside.
A good look of what's going on. Do the lights light up? And I seem the angle just doesn't get it right, but it's great to see them modifying the code. They had two options when it comes to 4x4, right? They had a template code which they can build off of, or they can take on the challenge and make their own code from scratch, which is crazy to see. When it came to your 4x4 experience, which method did you opt for?
I actually decided to, my team decided to just take the code offered. And back then, the lights and the buzzers weren't actually an option, and we couldn't, that wasn't something that was tested. So it was a lot more simple, and even though it was 1 year ago, so even in this short 365 days, the bar has just been set so much higher.
The bar is being raised, and it's great to see that most of these cars have achieved doing those sensors, incorporating new coding, and great stuff out here, great stuff.
Helix is just being briefed, so we can probably comment on them very soon. But going back to Velocity Vortex, they're going over the Cambert Dome. Seem to be having a little trouble, and they've decided to skip it, which is probably a pretty sound decision considering they have almost 4 minutes left. And although 7 minutes seems to be a long time to complete only a few obstacles, that can go pretty quickly when you're under stress and you're taking a lot longer than you think you really are on some of these.
This morning we got some wise advice from the judges saying that take your time. It's not about speed. It's more about just navigating through that track and avoiding as many cones as possible. Because reminder that those cones, every time you knock one out, you do lose points and you do get penalties. But all a part of the process, and it's been pretty amazing to see what these teams have brought. Maybe we can catch a word with Helix, Team Helix. I keep on adding racing to the end of every team name. It just makes it sound cooler.
F1 is imprinting itself on you.
Yes, Helix Racing does sound cooler, doesn't it?
It does, actually.
Do I have a influence on changing the team name?
Well, maybe next year.
Maybe next year. Please remember me next year and put racing at the end of your team. But how has your experience been? I know we caught up with you before, but since then, now that you're on the track, stressful, nervous? What's been?
It was nerve-wracking at the beginning, but alhamdulillah, it's all good now.
And how have you been practicing for this competition since?
On Monday, we went to the opening ceremony of the test center and we tried all the tracks.
Okay, so you feel confident, you understand the rules and regulations. I remember your car being a bit too high to fit the tunnel, so...
It's been adjusted.
It's been adjusted, so you problem solved and now you're here and you're ready for it to go past that tunnel?
Yes, inshallah.
Inshallah, we're gonna catch back with you guys when you go through that tunnel. But besides that, what has been the biggest learning curve and what have you learned the most from this competition?
We also learned a lot about the Arduino and how to program since it was our first time. And it was really, it's like an opening the eye or something, something you can see.
And I know there's so much time and dedication put into this competition before. Competition day is only one small part of the journey you guys been on. So what has been your most memorable and favorite memory from this competition?
Mainly just working together and seeing the process and how well we're doing together and collaborating.
And are you going to come back next year?
Inshallah, but we're all going to university.
So there is a university category. Please come back. We would love to see your faces again. Well done again, and best of luck for everything. Do tune in on Wednesday again for that award ceremony to check out the different category prizes that 4x4 offers, and also to crown the national champion. And we're getting cheers back from the Speed Hunters. I think they've accomplished the tow bar challenge. They're in the midst of it. But Aisha, anything interesting going on your side of the track?
Yeah, the Velocity Vortex are actually just coming up to the final stretch of their obstacle. Oh dear.
Lots of drama happens here.
Had a little
I
tumble
feel like
there.
I've been really missing all the drama with the pit displays because cars have been tumbling off, cars have been breaking, and cars have been just malfunctioning. Let's just hope this doesn't happen with our real life cars when they do go in the future to design them.
Yeah, and having said that, even Team Helix has had problems with their remote, actually. I just saw them. Even when they weren't pressing the button, their car was moving. So they've decided to use a spare car instead, just to, keep going, keep moving on as the timer is running out.
But there is lots of minutes dedicated to this. It's because each of these obstacle courses are so intricate that they need time to focus. And I know they don't appreciate our commentary in the background because they just want to focus on getting through that obstacle. And oh my God, if we are looking at the down ramp from Team
Velocity Vortex has
and they finished.
Excellent.
I don't see any cheers. They're just smiling there. Guys, reactions, are you happy that you're finally done? You've made it through all 3 challenges and the car is still in one piece.
Yes. Yeah, we are happy, I guess. I mean, we tried a lot.
We tried our best, basically. We tried our best.
And that's the most important part, but the most important part to me is having fun. Did you guys have fun?
Yeah, we had fun.
That's good. And coming back next year again?
Yeah,
of course.
I keep asking everyone, and I'm making sure that if I ask you twice or thrice, is because I want to make sure to see your faces next year. But what has been the most difficult challenge on the track that you did not expect?
The most difficult challenge was this one. Like basically crossing the obstacles, and yeah, that is the most difficult.
The pipe one? The pipe bridge, I believe. I'm making names up for all the elements because clearly I'm not a specialist when it comes to 4x4. But yes, it's been a difficult challenge, but you got through it. Well done. And now you can take a breather, go home, relax, sit by the pool and enjoy because you put in so many months and effort and time dedicated to this project. Well done. And now, I'm seeing some drama happening on that side. Aisha, would you like to zoom in onto the hill ramp, I believe?
Of course. This is what Shaif was talking about. The hill is probably one of the most complex and difficult obstacles to overcome because there's so many factors that can go into its scaling and descaling. Not only human control, but also mechanical. And sometimes some of these obstacles are actually very difficult to go over without any kind of modifications to the car. As you can see, the car's making it.
I hope that's
Push
not
a little
how
more.
real life
Yes,
cars.
there we go.
Oh, they got through, and can they go down? Here we go. Tension. They're on the side. Oh, they're going backwards, but this is what's to be expected when it comes to that. But they have made it down.
They've safely made it up and down. So, they've annihilated a cone on the way, but
it happens.
It's no big deal.
You know, these cones, just a few points after. Now we're going to the diagonal ramp. I know I'm making names up, but I think my names is what should be the actual names for everything. The slip grip, the hill of doom, as I like to call it, Aisha.
They seem to overcome that one quite easily, and next will be the rock crawling. But honestly, some of these courses can be quite difficult because of the really tight turns. And the basic kit doesn't have a large, degree of movement. So there's a lot of back and forth, back and forth. But Team Helix has begun the rock crawling, and they're...
But that's what this challenge is about. Ooh, one rock out. Oh, are they gonna fall? Let's see. No, they make it through. They make it through the rock climbing. Still another terrain to come, but they're doing pretty well. And we will catch up with them later. Let's go check out the bid display one last time to see if there's anyone who stood out to us. Be right there. here with a special guest, someone who works very hard, endlessly, on the clock, does not get any sleep to make this competition happen. Hi, Mr. James Peacock. How are you
Hi.
feeling today?
Yeah, great. Day 5, it's gone really, really well. And yeah, feeling really, really positive and happy that the students have had a great experience.
And what is your role when it comes to Yasin schools?
So my day-to-day job is senior product specialist. So I look after F1 in schools and 4x4 in schools mainly, as well as creating resources, looking after our website. Most people that are involved in this competition know me because all the emails come from me. I'm the one that delivers all the bad news that they can't come on the day they wanted to come, for example.
You give the daunting emails. I remember getting those emails and I'm like, the man behind this is someone I want to stay away from. But how has your experience been? I know lots of people get involved when it comes to Yasin schools, but what really goes behind the doors when it comes to making this competition happen?
Well, a lot happens behind the scenes. So this time last year, I was on the teacher side of this with Heartland International School and the teams I brought to these competitions back then. And I had no idea what went into all this to make it happen. You know, you just turn up on the day and it's all there, ready to go. It runs really smoothly. But to make that happen is an incredible team of people. And that's what's key. I think we've just had a car fall over there. So yeah, it's the team behind this are incredibly talented. We've got sort of events delivery side. And you know, shout out to Paul Bray and Martin as well, who make that side happen. And then I've looked after the competition side this over the past 5 days.
But the competition isn't the only aspect. We also get lots of emails from Yasin schools explaining the competition regulations, any issues they have with the competition, and also communication with the teachers of what Yasin schools is all about. So special thank you to you and the people behind Yasin schools that make this happen. And thank you so much for being here.
Absolute pleasure. Pleasure.
Well, now we can go back to Aisha because she has more students to interview because we just love interacting with the students. They're always there. They're always so positive, even at the end of the day of a long day. Back to you, Aisha.
Hi, I'm actually just in front of you. I see you over there, Zara. But here I am with OOW Sapphire. Can you introduce yourselves to me?
I mean, we are a group of 5 classmates. We named ourselves OOW Sapphire and we aimed for the 4x4 challenge. And we have been pretty optimistic, but things have not gone our way. But, you know, it is what it is. We got a lot to learn, and yeah, that's how we move.
Yeah, the show must go on. What was the inspiration behind your name, Sapphire?
Sapphire. Shabaz.
Okay, so, you know, just considering the fact that sapphires are the most beautiful gemstones, right? Definitely, at least in my opinion. But what we know is that they go through a lot of pressure just to form beautiful gemstones, right? So what is that pressure in our lifestyles? The challenges that we face? You know, to become beautiful gemstones, right, one must go through dire and severe, let's say, situations to actually grow as a person. And so we took these challenges as an opportunity to overcome our fears, something like confidence or maybe time management. All these constitute our fears that we as a team overcame towards the end. That is why we felt that Sapphire was probably the thing we most relate to.
That was an incredibly beautiful explanation of your team name. Well done, guys. I see you have, actually, first, I assume like your motto is initiate, innovate, actualize, right? So what kind of innovations have you put into your car?
I mean, I'd like to call the team leader for it.
Yeah, as far as innovations are concerned, what we actually thought was, initially we thought of making a basic design of a car. Then we learned that we have to add into Arduino modules and we have to add into different things like gyro sensors. So that is what we found very innovative, as it's a first time experience for us adding all these things. So when we learned about it, we felt it innovative, and then we tried to add whatever maximum baseline kits and the Arduino products that we could add. And that's what we found very innovative. And also, as far as the design is concerned, normally we go for an 4x4. It's a very 4x4 where we go all trekking model. But what we wanted is a more family SUV model. So even the normal man can enjoy a 4x4 view of how it's done in the dunes or it's in the ice or anywhere it is. So that's what we wanted to do.
In terms of actualization, the third part of your motto, have you been performing the way has your car been performing the way you expected it to? Has all the mechanics checked out? Has the electronics been performing well?
No, it hasn't. We've planned a lot of stuff, but some stuff failed, some stuff worked out well. We had a few doubts about some parts of it, like the body falling off. It did happen. But we learned from our mistakes. We can make it better next time.
So I assume you all intend to come back again. Are you in the professional? Oh, what do you mean? This unsure, sure. What?
The development category. Yeah.
Okay. And then the initiation. Are you guys classmates, friends?
I mean, both. We're classmates who are friends as well. This way.
And finally, you have a scan for more, but there's nothing there. So if I could have scanned that, what would I find?
Yeah. So the QR code scans, and it goes to the actual website which we built for our team. So you can see here. So here's the e-portfolio. You click on it, and yeah, the e-portfolio opens up, and you can go through what our team stands for, our team aesthetics, and the sensors in the car, and why we chose the design, and why the name Sapphire, and why the color theme black, white, and red. And about the team, we've got a brief description about the team and about why we chose to compete in the 4x4 challenge, and with what aim did we actually come here with. And we have got more information on the merchandise as well. So you can see here as well. We have got keychains and business cards. We have actually worked really hard on it, and it has turned out quite well, I'll say.
Yeah, just looking at these business cards, they look very professional.
Yeah.
And you mentioned coming back. So, and you also mentioned, you had a lot of mechanical and electrical failures. So, what would you try to improve upon? And will they be considered big challenges or small fixes?
I'm sorry, I didn't get you.
Oh, sure. You mentioned that you would come back, but you also mentioned that you had a lot of mechanical and electrical failures. So, when you come back, what would you try to improve upon the most? And would these be large, long-term fixes or short ones?
I mean, we would come back as more stronger than ever, and it's mainly with the electronics. We'll try to keep it even more compact, and just try to fit more things in small spaces, and that's what scientists do, don't they?
Yes, they do. And well, I guess you could consider this is one of your, trials and tribulations into only making you stronger and a more beautiful gem. So thank you, OOW Sapphire, for your time. I hope to see you again next year. Thank you. And we will soon catch up with more people on the agility courses.
And Aisha, I'm here back with a special guest, a special man that everyone's been bribing today. Chris, how have you been?
Today has been a good day,
Just remind everyone your role in this competition, please.
So I'm judging coordinator for Yasin Schools, and today we were judging all the teams on their portfolio, pit display, and verbal presentation.
I know some teams took my advice and started bribing you with like coffee, donuts, many more other chocolates and little treats. But overall, how have you seen the competition grow since last year?
The level of competition has exceeded my expectations, and I just want to say there are some really cool things out there. I even saw a dancing robot.
Interesting. I heard today some team was inspired by an egg for their design. It's crazy to see how innovative these students get, but it's always about coming back with brighter and bigger ideas. Definitely. And when it came to the judging criteria, what else was there to judge?
So we had mainly innovation and sustainability were our main topics, but like you said, coming back is more important, and so we always give them feedback on what's next, right? And so this time it was good. It was good.
It's been great chatting with you. Lots happened today, lots of drama on the track, and we are reaching our final races. So obstacle courses. Let's go and check out and get a word with them.
Hi, the the day is nearing its end, and I am here with the final team's teacher. Sorry, can you tell me your name?
Sure, my name is May, and I'm the Engineers teacher from James Wellington International School. It's our first time.
So tell me, how proud are you of them?
Extremely. These guys are awesome. Honestly, they've put a lot of work, the laughs, the learning, the teaching to the younger ones. It has been an absolutely amazing experience. And regardless of the result, they're doing great. I'm proud of that. Good job, guys. Yeah.
So have you found them to be a more independent team, or have they been requiring a bit more support from you?
No, actually, they've got good heads on their shoulders. They've all been proactive. They've all taken part. They've all put their own part. And I think because they all enjoyed it too, and that adds to the output. So, no, they have been a great team to work with. It's the first time our school does it, and I think that's a great start. That bunch was a great start.
Yeah, even I agree on that one. And in terms of like the work they needed to put in, has it been very time consuming for them? Can you see that kind of dedication in them?
Actually, it has been tricky because they're year 12s and 13s, which are their final years of school. So the year 13s from January have been off because they have their finals, their last year. They're going to uni at this point, and they have mocks before that, and IA deadlines, and internal assessments, etc. So it has been challenging. However, they've all stepped up. So when they had the time, when time was a bit easier in terms of deadlines, they would still show up. They came in on weekends. They came in on days when they were not supposed to be in school, but they worked. They put their all, and I think it shows in how they're functioning at this point now. So it was great.
And do you hope to use them as like prime examples and role models for maybe other teams that may prop up after them?
Actually, we have started what we are now, which is the Engineers, and they are the Engineers seniors. We also have the Engineers juniors, which are the younger year groups. What they have done as well is that they came back with an assembly or a presentation for the whole of year 12s and 13s, telling them what Engineers are and what they do, and they specifically talked about the competition. After that, we did a couple of workshops with other cluster schools, so we're expanding, because they are now learning how to bring back. It's not just the learning, it's also how to bring it back. So we've taken 2 sister schools with us, WEC and WSO. What we are planning after this competition is that we're going to take this back again to clusters and to younger year groups, and they will be mentors for the next year 12s, who will be part of this competition next year.
So you hope to build kind of a legacy throughout the school, and each coming team helps the next?
Absolutely. A culture as well. Yes, exactly.
And how do you think they'll do in that?
Well, I think they have been good working together to start with. So I think they are, and they are part of the groups we are teaching. So they know how they think, and they will be able to tell them their struggles, what they would have wanted to know beforehand, what they have enjoyed the most, where they can excel, or where they will need to work on. So I think it's because they're one of the students. They're a closer level, if that makes sense. Yeah.
And what is the biggest challenge they face? Because sometimes when you're experiencing them, maybe it doesn't feel that way. But if you're looking at someone, then it seems like, wow, I can see you guys are struggling. What has been that kind of challenge for them?
The challenge was in terms of timeline, because these guys had either finals where the grades are going to be taken for university, or they are year 12s and it's their first year in IB, because we're not an all-through IB school. Their first year in IB is new to them on so many levels. So that's the balancing between all of that, but they have done a really good job at this. In terms of the teamwork and how they planned, etc., I think because we already do all these skills previously, they were not new to it. They just used what they've got, and I think that made things successful.
Yes, I can see their success whenever they do anything, really, to be honest. But thank you. That was great insight into this incredible team. And I think we'll catch up with them actually just as they come out. So,
It's a pleasure. Thanks for the conversation.
Thank you.
See ya. Bye.
Now we're at our final obstacle course, the final team. And it's been a long day, and being the final team, you guys have some pressure waiting all day. You've been seeing the races and how everyone's been performing. How do you feel?
Obviously, we were a little stressed starting, but like now that we see the finish line, we're getting excited. We're like, we can do this. Like we've got that, like that energy within us, and it's just, it's such.
I think I'm getting energized being here because so much is happening, and I have not seen a clear car like that. Who designed that? Who came up with that inspiration for having a clear body?
That was actually our design team, who are Amarali and Vishesh. They're like actually doing the course there.
Oh, I can't interview them. I will take them afterwards for an interview. But
like the key idea was like they had like the sustainable thing in mind where they wanted like a minimalistic design, and like what's more minimalistic than 3 floating lines?
Smart enough. That's like a fair point. But overall, proud with the competition, proud with your races, happy that everything happened.
I'm really proud of our team. Like we worked really hard for this, and even if everything didn't go our way, I'm just glad like we had this opportunity for us to like actually participate.
And what is your future career aspirations when it comes to going into university, studying? What are you planning to do?
So all of us, we actually started off as a club, and that's why we're called the Engineers. So it's like a school thing, and then we're just like, let's do the competition. So all of us have like some kind of engineering thing in mind. I want to become an architect, so it's a little bit of engineering, but I was just like, nah, bro, it's cool. Let's do this.
Don't worry, I'm in film school, and I'm like, it's a bit off of engineering. I know I'm surrounded by such creative and smart engineers, but still, we learn from this.
Exactly. It's such a good opportunity. It's not like you're blocked in one thing. You can learn so much, and it's genuinely like, even though I didn't understand half the things these guys did, I was just like, what the hell am I doing? But like,
me and you both. Okay, moving on to the rest of the team. I know you guys are strategizing and talking about what's happening on the track, but I want to get some reactions. Overall, happy with your results?
Overall, I think that we actually did better than I expected, to be honest. Like, the way that, like, our whole team today, the way we handled the situations, all our problems that we had, I think we took it in our stride, and we didn't allow it to keep us down. I think we strived to perfect everything, and I think that's, like, the main thing we got out of this, is we can all work as a team when needed. Yeah.
That perseverance is something that I really admire. It's very hard to not let those things get you down, but you guys stuck through it. You guys were determined through thick and thin, and you are here today, making sure that everyone has seen those hard efforts, sleepless nights, and time and dedication put into this project. And how have you been feeling about everything?
Well, I'm pretty happy and I'm full of adrenaline after the entire day of preparing and being excited for the competition. And now that we're actually in the moment, I'm really excited for the next few next years that we might be able to improve and take what we've learned and the engineering principles that we've learned throughout this competition, which in fact is our first competition, and we will definitely improve. Take these skills and improve on it next year. So I'm really excited for next year and really excited for the rest of this competition right now.
And I don't want to expose your team, but I did come earlier for an interview, and you guys were having ice cream, celebrating before the end of the competition. Is that right?
Well, we were all really hungry, but if you would have noticed, we were eating ice cream while working on the car.
I know, a very interesting, motivating factor, but it worked, right?
It worked really well, and we were having fun, eating, drinking, but at the same time, we were running around the entire area, right? Getting components, fixing the car, doing this, doing that, and honestly, if I look back on it all right now, it's really fun. It was a really fun experience, and I'm really glad we did all that.
This has been a very busy team, and getting an interview with them was so hard. I had to come back 3 times begging them for an interview, but I finally got a chance to speak to the Engineers. I still love that name. It's so creative, goes with the theme, goes with the school, but well done, guys. And couldn't be prouder of you guys being here today. And now let's go back to the track, and we see the articulation. Ooh, see, I'm getting like the oohs from the back. Now, this is a hard part.
It's fine.
We got this.
It's okay.
Confidence. Yeah, we got this. Everything's under control.
And even if anything goes wrong, we'll just use it as feedback for next year and fix it.
We did. Yeah, you guys went in the bus.
We did it anyways.
And I see like maybe some tears forming up. Let's give it a big cheers for the Engineers. That rhymed. I think I get some credit for that. But well done, and I think they're about to start. Are you guys tearing up? Yeah, we got nods. We got nods. But well done, guys. Everyone, now how are you gonna celebrate? Because you already celebrated with ice cream earlier on.
Like we had like pre-celebration. We're gonna have a post-celebration. It's gonna be celebration, bro.
Celebration mode, okay? Are you okay?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And well done, well done. The team is celebrating. It's so good to see the collaboration among this team. Oh, I'm getting called for a group photo. Do I get? Oh, okay. You were stopping me from doing my job of commentating, but let's say cheese for the final race. Well done, guys. Wait, you guys are supposed to say Wisgeneers. Okay, ready? Wisgeneers.
Guys, our move. 1, 2, 3.
Well done, guys. Well done, guys. It's been a long day seeing amazing students come together for 4x4's competition. Aisha, are you anywhere around? I think my co-host has gotten a bit tired of standing all day, but lots to come, lots to do so. You want to be my co-host for now? Okay.
What should I say?
So currently, how have you been? Like, we're ending the competition. Lots have happened. Happy with everything?
It was so nice. It was like a nice competition, actually. We've learned a lot, and we had fun today. It was an exhausting day, but we had fun.
Exhausting? You can say that again. Don't think I can stand any longer.
He's one of the best drivers we have in our team, you know.
In real life, no RCs, no video games.
Are you a good driver in real life too?
National champion in drifting and track race.
Okay, I'm meeting a celebrity here. I feel quite humbled right now. I think this is the time where I kick you off and say, I'm going to go solo on this.
Let me remind you that you're the Ferrari fan here, and I'm the Mercedes fan. I'm sorry for that.
Okay, I just got brutally humbled on this live stream. But so much has happened. And Aisha, would you like to join me back? I know she's having quite a conversation back then. Someone call Aisha back. I miss my co-host. Aisha, you keep leaving me.
I was so tired. Hi. Are you happy to be done?
Yes, finally.
Yeah, I'm happy to be done too, to be honest.
But now we're going to kick you out of the way. Thank you so much.
Thank
well
you so
done.
much. Bye.
And we gotta get the blazer. They had such fantastic. They look like businessmen. Being on the track.
they were here and ready for business, to be honest.
Yes, and they did an amazing job. So did everyone else. So much has happened today. Let's recap of what happened. So we had lots of obstacle courses. We had around 30 teams participating, record-breaking numbers, and we met so many people. It's been great to be here.
Yeah, it's been a great week as well. Record-breaking numbers of participants for both F1 and Formula Athara. I think we had over 60 for each, which is incredible. I've never seen that before, even in my day, and I imagine yours. But sadly, it has come to an end. Nonetheless, it was fun to be here, and I was so happy to be part of your team. Meeting you and Robbie again, it was great.
Let me give some backstory to me and Aisha. We used to be rivals. We used to be competitors, competing against each other.
We hated each other's guts, to be honest.
But now we get along.
We're cool. Everything's behind us now.
Everything's behind us. You're a good host. I think you're better than Robbie, but don't tell Robbie I said that.
Oh, he's gonna hear about this one.
But it has been a great day, and it's been lovely to see the students. Yasin Schools is always just getting bigger and bigger, and we can't wait to see next year what they have in store. Thank you so much for tuning in by 4x4 this year, and we'll see you next year with Formula Athara, F1 in Schools 4x4. Remember to tune in on the live stream for the award ceremony on Wednesday 21st. If we can get the schedule up, just to remind everyone at home of what's going on in the next few days.
Sadly, I will not be there to join you. It will be Robbie and Zara having that kind of honor.
Robbie is going to be dressed up. I don't know if he can put himself together. He said he's dusting out the tuxedo, but let's see how good he looks on that day.
I hope you look even better, Zara.
Oh my God. You know I'm going to look great, but can't wait for that day. Tune in on Wednesday, 10 a.m., and we'll see you then. Thank you again, ADNOC, for sponsoring this and being our title partner. We wouldn't be here without them. And thank you to all the people who contributed to Yasin Schools, the students, parents, teachers, and the people working behind it. We'll see you soon.